Good morning, everyone. All right. Welcome. It's good to see everybody here on such a lovely day as well in Oxford. So thank you for coming. I'm Andrew Stephen, as the slide says. So I'm the Director of the Future of Marketing Initiative, as well as the L'Oreal Professor of Marketing and the Deputy Dean for Faculty and Research here at the school. So I really just want to kick off this morning by saying a very warm welcome. And I know that you're going to enjoy all of the different topics that we talk about today, which we'll kind of tee up in this first session before we dive right in. Let me introduce my partner in crime today, Seth Rogan, who's an associate fellow here at the school, has been with the Future of Marketing Initiative actually since the very, very first day of it, back in 2016. But his day job is Chief Commercial Officer at The Real Deal, and he also chairs our advisory board for the Future of Marketing Initiative. And Seth's going to be moderating some of the sessions and helping MC today. Seth, welcome.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much. For those who are wondering, I'm not the Seth Rogan you expected. And if you're wondering what The Real Deal is, we are the world's largest news source in the real estate industry. We're a business B2B news publication. My life has been in the transformation of news and media and marketing, and that's how Andrew and I have gotten to know each other over the years. And so it is a true honor and pleasure to be here with all of you today. We would be remiss if we did not thank our partners who made all this possible. So let's go to that. And I know you want to applaud them all. Let's hold the applause till the end, but we will thank them. So thank you, Google. Thank you, L'Oreal, Kantar, Mars, IRG, Meta, JP Morgan, Wavemaker, Reckitt, Diageo, BMC, the UN Unstereotype Alliance, Unilever, and WPP. Thank you all very much. We couldn't do without you.
Yeah, FOMI is really about collaboration and partnerships. And what we do, for those of you who are maybe new to the Future of Marketing Initiative, is have a sort of a set of research themes, or themes that are equally important, I guess, on the sort of academic side as well as the practice side of marketing. And so just to kind of remind you or introduce these to you, sort of the current themes that we're working on for sort of the current period of time, sort of 3-4 years, is first of all marketing credibility and ways to demonstrate, measure, and essentially prove the value of modern and progressive marketing and advertising. Marketing with purpose. So that doesn't just mean sort of narrow sort of definitions of purpose, but really thinking more broadly about what it is to do purposeful and valuable still marketing, and how marketing can have positive impacts not just on our customers, let's say, as our stakeholders or investors in the capital markets, but on the broader society. And then new technologies, which is obviously a big topic and always a big topic. And really looking at that critically, though, and trying to figure out, okay, what is actually useful with new technologies as they come into the marketplace, both from a marketer standpoint as well as a consumer or a customer standpoint, and really trying to understand how these can work effectively and efficiently to really drive the desired outcomes that marketers have. And you're going to hear today topics on all three of these things. And indeed, actually, some sessions are going to cover more than one of these things because there's clear intersectionality between them. So with that, Seth, do you want to walk us through what we're going to hear about today?
So you all have the agenda, or you should have it there in front of you, but we're going to show it a bit on the screen as well. And I think it is important as we're going through the day to think about those three themes and how they connect with the work that we're going to do. First off, we're going to have a panel that I will moderate with Dr. Rhonda Hadi, and Perry Nightingale at WPP. We're going to talk a bit about synthetic humans as they are used in advertising. What are the ethical challenges? What are the technological opportunities? What are the best ways to do it right? And maybe even we'll get to one of the ways that it's done wrong. And so I think that will be a really exciting conversation. And of course, that connects to the themes of credibility and technology. Then we will have the all-important coffee break. Following that, Andrew will be up here to discuss DEI in AI. I have seen some of the work that he's going to talk about, and it is extremely important to our world. We're going to be among the first people to ever hear about this research. And so very excited to have Mitch with us, and Ariane, of course. Then Dr. Felipe Tomás will be up to talk about brand strategy and brand equity. Of course, that connects to the ideas of credibility and new tech. Following that, I'll be back up on stage, in case you haven't seen enough of me at that point, with Perry yet again, hopefully with some great surprises, and we'll be talking a little bit with Letitia from L'Oreal, who will be arriving soon, and we're going to be talking again more deeply about AI in advertising. What are the new ways that agencies and great brands like L'Oreal are working together to create the true future of marketing? And we have examples for all of this. We want you to leave here today having taken notes. We want you to leave here today tweeting and, can we call it tweeting still?
Xing.
Doesn't seem right this early. We want you to be sharing and taking the information with you. So if you ever wondered what it's like to be in the room where it happens, in the room where decisions get made, if you ever wondered if I was only the one who got to be there when the future was discussed, you're here. You're in the room. Let's make use of it. Let's make sure we carry the information out with us. And so I take that part of what we are doing very seriously. And so I hope that you will drink in and breathe deep this opportunity to carry the information forward. I make that a part of my job every time I get the great chance to visit this institution. Afterwards, we'll have a lunch break. Then we'll be talking about whether or not progressive advertising is worth it. And Andrew will lead that discussion with our good friend Sarah Denby from the United Nations. She'll be coming in via Zoom, I believe, from New York. Mm-hmm. It's the United Nations. You never know where she might be. Following that, there'll be another sort of semi-virtual where Andrew will be speaking with Mark DeSwans-Aarons of the Institute for Real Growth and some research that the IRG and FOMI have been working on together now for more than a year, I believe. And then after one more break, Dr. Tomaz will be back up on stage to close us out with a what, how, and why with Richard Lloyd from Meta. And so you can see throughout all of these programs, we are weaving in these three themes of technology, of purpose, of brand credibility. And so keep that in mind as your prism as we walk through the day.
Okay, so a symposium, somebody told me once, is not a conference or a lecture. It's meant to be interactive. And so very, very, very important that today we have lots of conversations. So we've got plenty of breaks so people can mingle and discuss. But also in all of the sessions, there'll be opportunities for Q&A from the audience. So there's going to be a little iPad sitting here where we can see questions that come up. So there's the QR code if you want to scan that. You can contribute questions that way. Of course, if the people who are watching, streaming this online, that's your only modality for asking questions or contributing your thoughts. But if you're in the room, you can do this. If you're shy, you want to ask things anonymously that can't be attributed back to you, or you can just raise your hand and someone will come to you with a microphone as well, in sort of the good old-fashioned way. But the point is that we'll have lots of discussion. It'll be interactive, and we want to hear from all of you as much as everybody who's sitting in the seats here on the stage with us.
And we should say, if you've been to the theater, if you've been in the West End recently, you've been asked to turn your phone off. Let's do the opposite today. Silence your phones, please. We are live streaming on both LinkedIn and YouTube live for the entire day, but we want your phones on. Not so you can check work email. Please limit that as much as you can and be present today, but so that you can be sharing out information.
All right, so with that, I think we should dive right into the very first session. So I'm going to hand it over to Seth.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Thanks very much. And with that, I would like to welcome up to the stage Dr. Rhonda Hadi and Perry Nightingale.
Hey.
All right, let's get started. You know, it is remarkably rare to meet a shy marketer. We are storytellers, we're story sellers, and we love the legends that we create in our imaginations of the lightning bolt that struck a great creative, and overnight, somewhere, or maybe in the shower, they got out, they jotted down an idea, and that changed a marketplace, it changed an industry. And the truth is now the creative tools are less about paint and more about code. And our screens are our new canvases. Our minds are being open to new technology. At the same time, our minds are not yet ready always to process. all of this information. And so I want to ask Rhonda first to present the research that she's been working on for some time about synthetic humans and how that gets used in advertising.
Thank you, Seth, and it's so great to be here and to see you all. I see a lot of our industry partners, of course. I see some current students, and I've seen some alumni that I haven't seen in like 7, 8 years, so it's you know who you are. So it is really great to be here and to share this work that, as Seth mentioned, we've been working on for some time, and I'm happy to say, as Perry and I were chatting about this, I think we were actually quite ahead of the curve with some of this work and saw where it might be going. But before I introduce the content, I just want to acknowledge my wonderful collaborators, academic colleagues, both here at Oxford and from other universities who have been contributing to parts of this work. Of course, our fantastic industry collaborators, WPP. And essentially, this research examines consumer responses to one very specific type of generated content, which is the hyper-realistic depiction of human beings, sometimes referred to as deepfakes, but we like to use the more neutral term, synthetic humans. And we've been seeing brands start to experiment with synthetic humans in advertising. Again, I think we started doing this research before this was happening, but it's not surprising. You can sort of see the appeal. It's a similar appeal to using any kind of AI-generated content for content creation purposes. It's fast, it's cheap, accessible, and many people argue can actually help creative execution. On the other hand, there are brands who very explicitly are not using AI-generated humans, and I can see why, because there are certain risks associated with that, particularly because no academic research had actually explored how consumers would respond to that kind of content in the marketplace. And that really motivated our broad research question, how do consumers actually respond to the use of synthetic humans in advertising? And this topic isn't completely new because there is previous research that essentially suggests people can't tell the difference between real or synthetic faces. So this has been the case for a while now, and the technology is just getting better and better, so it's arguably even more difficult now to perceive the differences there. And in fact, some research suggests that people find synthetic faces more trustworthy than real faces. There's some reasons.
Nightingale, by the way.
Yeah, I should say, yes.
Could take credit
You have a side gig as an academic. We wanted to check whether in the context of advertising this still held true. Could people tell the difference between synthetic or real human models in advertising? Would it affect attitude or attitudes towards the brand? I gave you a second to try to distinguish which were real, which were synthetic. Here's the answer. And I'll also reveal that we found no differences in brand attitude or attitudes towards the ads, which is not too surprising, right? And actually, if anything, consistent with previous research, people had lower feelings of uncanniness or discomfort when they saw the synthetic models as opposed to the real models. But so they don't know, they can't tell. But what if consumers did know that they were looking at synthetic models? The reason this is a relevant question is because there's an increasing amount of legislation that mandates AI transparency, including labeling when content is AI generated. We're seeing that in the US, in Europe, and in other places, things that would mandate watermarks, for example, to suggest that content has been AI generated. It might also be a brand's policy to always be explicit when content has been AI generated. And so we wondered, how would consumers react to this very explicit disclosure or knowledge that humans in an ad are synthetic? So my MBA students know the answer is always, it depends. And it does indeed depend in this case. It is a very nuanced finding. It depends on many different factors. And so I'll very high level discuss some of the factors that we've identified in our research so far. One thing it depends on are the company's or brand's explicit motivations for relying on AI-generated humans. So for example, we saw an interesting illustration of this in the marketplace when Levi's announced it was going to start using AI-generated models. And interestingly, there was quite a bit of backlash, not against the decision broadly to use AI-generated models, but specifically because they said they were using it for purposes of increasing diversity. And so you got a lot of comments like this blogger who said, who's going to tell this $1 million company it can develop a DEI strategy by just hiring and paying actual models of different races and body types? And so that made us wonder, well, are people particularly disappointed to find that underrepresented races or models are AI generated? So would their reactions depend on the model's characteristics? So we ran a bunch of studies where we essentially showed people advertisements that showcased people from either overrepresented races, for example, Caucasians, or underrepresented races, for example, Black models. And then we either, in some conditions, disclosed that they were in fact AI generated, and others we left that information out, and we gauged their responses. So interestingly, when the ads featured the overrepresented or Caucasian models, people didn't actually seem to care whether or not they were AI generated. However, for the underrepresented models, finding out that they were in fact AI generated led to reduced firm evaluations as opposed to when people thought that they were real models. And we replicated this and kind of tried to dig deeper to figure out why that was the case. And there are several reasons, many of which are interrelated. A lot of people felt it was very disingenuous to sort of just signal with artificial humans that you somehow cared about increased representation. So this led to perceptions of the firm being inauthentic or woke washing. Related to that, a lot of people felt that using these sort of synthetic images signaled profiting off of racial depictions without actually paying or hiring underrepresented models. And so you can think of that as sort of cultural appropriation or even exploitation. And of course, there's also a very problematic history with these sorts of racial depictions, if you think about things like blackface, et cetera, which creates a lot of sensitivities, understandably, that people have towards synthetic representation in this way. Now, that suggests that unless your brand or company has already demonstrated a real commitment to DEI-related values, simply using kind of artificially generated images of that might be seen as inauthentic or not a great motivation. But that's not to say that all motivations for using AI-generated imagery are seen as authentic. So for example, we ran a study where we looked at people's reactions to conservation campaigns that featured either real or synthetic animals. I'll tell you, the one on the right here is the generated tiger. There were no differences. When we told people the animal was AI generated, donation intentions were reduced, right? But when we added information that the reason they were using AI generated animals is that by doing so, it reduces harm to both the species and their habitat, donation intentions went back up. So that signals why it's so important in many cases to be explicit about why you're using these images, particularly if that's aligned with the purpose and value of your organization. The last piece of research I'll share, because I'm conscious of time and excited to hear from Perry, has to do with hyper-personalized synthetic humans. And what I mean by this is it's not the case that synthetic humans are always randos that don't actually exist. Oftentimes we see deepfakes of celebrities, for example, and many people very readily upload photos of themselves to see themselves actually in this format. And we were curious, how would you respond if you were to see an ad that featured somebody who essentially looked like you? Would you react positively, negatively? We examined this through a study where participants were randomly assigned to one of three conditions. You were either served an ad of a complete non-existent human, so 100% synthetic human that matched your basic demographic profile. In the 50-50 merge, you saw a model that was 50% synthetic. Some people are giggling, maybe this guy starts to look familiar to you. 50% synthetic, 50% real person. And then now this guy should look really familiar to you. This is our very own Andrew Stephen. Well, it's actually, no, it's 90% Andrew Stephen, 10% synthetic. And we looked at people's attitudes towards these ads. And I will be honest, we thought that in the high resemblance condition, everyone would be like, oh, this is so creepy, or this is so invasive, I can't believe they used my image in an ad. And that was indeed the case for many participants. But very interestingly, there were people who first of all, didn't even realize, even at 90%, that it was them. There were also people who felt sort of neutral about it, like, that guy kind of looks like me. And there were people who actually reacted pretty positively, like, oh, sweet, I look great. So it really highlights that there are so many individual differences in how people actually perceive the use of their data, and that's something that we are continuing to explore. The note that I'll end on is all of this is progressing, I would say, very, very quickly. And I think we still don't fully understand the spillover effects that this might have, both on individuals at a micro level, but also on society on a more macro level. And I know, Seth, you're very passionate about journalism. And it's interesting to sort of consider that while transparency is obviously seen as generally a good thing, if you're constantly being told that these visuals that you are seeing that look so real are in fact fake, and you're constantly seeing that, then do you just sort of start to develop this overall feeling of doubt or skepticism towards any content? And in fact, in many of our studies, people said things like, well, now I'm wondering if like this whole study or all the questions were devised by an AI rather than a person, right? And the problem here is, while it's great for you to have a healthy level of skepticism, the problem is if you start to doubt everything. And in fact, this professor, Edwards, who's a professor of internet law at Newcastle University, puts it, the problem isn't so much the faked reality or you buying something that's fake, the problem is you starting to doubt actually everything, and including things that are very, very real. So I'll leave it on that note. And
Rhonda, before we move on to Perry's presentation, I do want to ask you one thing here, because you were showing images that are then adapted in terms of synthetic humans to see what will be more likely to persuade us to purchase a product. I assume that the system is in essence watching my response rates and feeding me images, theoretically, that will automatically adapt the creative to what I want to see. But we all these days, for a number of reasons, are living in cultural echo chambers. Isn't there a danger that sort of our propensity to insulate ourselves can become a probability of isolating ourselves, and we will start to only see people who look like ourselves and create a new echo chamber that will then lead to less compassion, less awareness of diversity overall?
Yeah, I do think that's a real risk, and echo chambers is exactly where my head was going. And so you could argue that we're already in echo chambers of a certain way, but does this create visual echo chambers where essentially now we're only exposed to people in ads and perhaps other content who look similar to us, which really goes against contact theory, which basically says when you're exposed to people who are different than you, that helps build a more empathetic society, etc. So I haven't seen any, I mean, I'm a data-driven person. I haven't seen any like hard data on those effects, but I can certainly extrapolate based on what we've seen in echo chambers and see how that would be the case.
And that cultural impact is so important, and that's why it's so important, the information that you've brought us today. Perry, I know you're going to bring us some examples of brands doing this right.
Yes.
Would you mind?
Not many. I mean, I think just on that, this research was born. We've been doing this for a long time. We should be proud of that. I mean, we said it on the call the other day. We've been doing this for 3 or 4 years, and 3 or 4 years ago, if you think back, was when people were looking at echo chambers in the relation to U.S. elections in particular and the political situation in the U.S. Right, and so it was this research was very much born out of that that idea that would we see the same thing happen in mainstream advertising as we were seeing in the news and kind of social media world. So I'm going to grab my clicker. I think I have another one. Yeah, I think we have 2 clickers, and if it works, then I will come back over.
We can watch.
Okay, so I'm also going to quickly go through the dangers, even though one of them was already there. The Levi's thing. We funded this research in particular so that we would be able to go to clients, and it was FOMI research that we funded so that we'd be able to go to clients actually expressly with the intention to stop something like this happening. So this is not a WPP client, and this was not WPP work, but I think we sort of instinctively knew that there was a danger here in repeating some of those conversations that had been happening about the elections and everything else. The studies actually were not a slam dunk in telling us this would happen. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes I was half hoping that everyone would be freaked out by 90% Andrew Stephen and we'd shut everything down. But actually, people were. It was not as simple, and it wasn't even as simple in the areas we thought it would be simple. But our gut instinct told us that, that we would see something like this. And so we continued to tell clients, we've done this research, here it is, but we do believe there's the risk of something like this happening. This was some of the research even before we did that study around bias. So this is one of the first things I did in my role. I've been SVP Creative AI for nearly 4 years. And straight away, I was asked to start looking at synthetic humans in ads. Talent is a huge cost to all our clients, and it was the pandemic when even shooting talent was a challenge. And this was a fake person at 2 different ages. So I was looking for automotive at aging people in ads. We knew that seeing people of certain ages in ads made you more likely to click on them. And the technology was basic at the time. You can see the teeth are not so great. This was bleeding edge when we did it back then. Today, I mean, goodness, you could, this like moved on unimaginably. The men were pretty flawless. You would have seen them in the ads and not really noticed. But we saw quite a lot of QA issues around the women. They seemed to take on more masculine features as they aged, which in fact remained a problem right the way through the work we did over the last 2 or 3 years. And we tried to understand why that was, and we went back to the original data set eventually and saw double the number of young women and correspondingly half the number of older women. So, double this. FFHQ, by the way, is not our data set. It was at the time the de facto research data set for facial AI in the world. So it was a major piece of stuff. And so the AI had effectively taught itself that age was a male thing. And had we turned it on in those ads, pretty quickly, it would have actually erased, older women from the work that we were kind of putting out. So, I think we still see this issue with bias today, right? Even now, in the last couple of weeks, there were headlines here. And equally, in the reverse, Google found, themselves in the crosshairs for the very opposite of that, where they had in fact attempted to intervene. So these are US senators from the 1800s, right, where they've attempted to kind of do that. So bias remains a technical challenge. Even aside from, will there be a public backlash if you use deepfakes in your advertising? To do it is challenging. We are working quite closely with NVIDIA on solving some of these challenges for clients, because many clients want to localize content. That is where we see a lot of synthetic assets being put out into the world from our clients. This is one of them. You see the brand in the bottom right-hand corner if you look closely, who sell drinks with meals all around the world. And doing that has to be fairly localized. And we were not talking, this is the meal you had this morning, but we have to get the noodles right in different parts of Indonesia. That's how accurate it has to be. And the data sets that exist today, especially for food, if you want to be compliant, are very westernized. Fantastic at pizza and burgers, but terrible for niche Indonesian noodles. And so we've had to work with NVIDIA on actually training with Getty, in this case, to solve that challenge, where we take lots and lots of assets, and many of our clients, by the way, including the one that we've been working with here, are sitting on a gold mine of content from the last few decades that they've gone and shot physically that really no one else can kind of bring to market. So training to produce. These are our scoring mechanisms. So humans actually help this kind of process. So a number of our brands, in terms of is this being used today, which I'm sure is a question you're all dying for me to answer, and I'm unfortunately not going to tell you. But we're seeing now a number of brands in these categories start to say, well, we're going to want to put people in these. We are going to want to have people in the background of these meals, right? Not in this particular case right now. Are we doing that? But the next 2 clients we're working with us on, they've asked to do that. L'Oreal will be talking later. They've expressly said they are not going to do that. So even though I do a lot of work with them in this area, they are adamant that in the beauty category, that's not something they're going to see. But in this category, in the next few years, you will see people in the backgrounds of that work. So in terms of where has it worked well, this is my favorite. I'm going to hope that there's sound, and I'm going to play it. It's 60 seconds long. Okay, that has to actually play. I heard it for a second. Let me go back.
would you like me to do J-Lo's voice?
Do you know, I don't even know if it's actually if the video is gonna play. So this is J-Lo for Virgin Cruises. It's actually not J-Lo. It is a completely synthetic version of her. And we deepfaked her, which actually brought the costs of shooting down fairly substantially, and allowed her to do some other high-value stuff in the background. So she, we deepfaked her, and this was a very, very successful ad for us. She does a very funny skit on the ship about, there not being any kids, and lots of different people kind of basically play her. So, that's been a very successful kind of campaign for us, which we've won some good awards for. And we even created quite a lot of content off the back of that, where you uploaded your name, and she basically welcomes you to the ship. So a very personalized kind of thing for her there, which has been very successful. And then this one for Cadbury's, basically. None of the videos are playing very well today. Okay, yeah, it's good that I can get it to go. So here we deepfaked a very famous Bollywood star, Shah Rukh Khan. And a lot of small businesses stayed open during the pandemic that are Cadbury outlets in India. And to basically say thank you, they used this deepfake Shah Rukh Khan to put adverts out for these different individual stores. The stores would come up, put their names in, where they were and what they sold. And Shah Rukh Khan would basically read out the name of the store and what you could buy there. The company that did this for us, Rephrase, was acquired by Adobe about 6 months later. So that's now sort of in Adobe's main filmmaking products. This was a very, very, very successful campaign. I have this little talk I do here every so often. Will our machines ever be truly creative? I look younger here than I did back then. That's how old this was. Will our machines ever be truly creative? I did a presentation to Mondelez. I just wanted to end on this a little bit. I did a presentation to Mondelez about 3 or 4 years ago, where we shared this research, the research we were doing and the bias and everything else, right? They had a thing called Biscuits in Business. And just before I started that presentation, I showed my kids and I said, thank you, Mondelez, for dedicated nut-free lines. So Oreo is the only biscuit that doesn't have nuts in, and my daughter on the left, I've got 4 of these now, but this one on the left, she has a nut allergy, and at the time, the only treat you could give her were Oreos. So I said, thank you very much for that. Did the presentation on bias to their C-suite, effectively, and they said, thank you very much. This is one of the things I showed, a piece of research out of Oxford on using AI to come up with products. So I don't know if Jason is here, but you used to take products, put them together on Amazon, and see if you could sell them and make some money, which sadly didn't work, but was a successful piece of research. And at the back of that, they said, oh, you can see the effect of putting things together in young kids. Have you got any young kids? And I said, yep, Athena. And they said, can you ask her this question? Why is a birthday called a birthday? And she answered, because you get presents, which is exactly what Oxford said that they would say. And I said, how did you know that? And they said, Jason said, because kids organize the world very differently to adults. They arrange them in the order of how they feel. And that's how great products are created. So did this presentation. ChatGPT, by the way, still gets that wrong, which is why I don't think the machines ever will be truly creative. That deepfake work won a titanium lion for effectiveness, which means that it sold a lot of chocolate. And to say thank you, they said, can we have your address? And I said, yeah, sure. Why? And they said, you'll see. And they brought Athena a lifetime supply of Oreos to say thank you for her contribution to that campaign. So those remain the 2 really, really strong campaigns. Both, first with Gen AI, very explicit that we used deepfake technology. Gen AI was upfront the helpful pun. I'm not going to lie, that was useful. We won Lions for that work, but we were very explicit that we had used it, and it was playful. And in the case of the Shah Rukh Khan work, there was a strong positive social good attached to that campaign. It was to help small businesses, and it was technology in the service of that effort. So those have been the 2 that we have won significant work and awards for.
So there are a number of questions coming in right now on Menti about this work, and I encourage you to please keep them coming in, and those of you who are watching on the stream as well. Can you tell us a little bit, how did it work working with the real Bollywood star or the real J-Lo and getting them involved? How did they feel about this?
So the CAA, who's the American talent group, contacted me a year and a half ago, saying that a number of people on their books, including some very, very famous stars, which I'm not going to share here, were interested in deep faking themselves, and in a sense getting out of a lot of the hassle of the process of doing the adverts. Do you know what I mean? Which felt like a win-win for a lot of people because, you know, the ambassadors want to be out driving their Formula One cars or playing tennis or whatever it is they're famous for doing. The production company would far rather be dealing with the technology instead as well. And we see a process in the US, particularly right now, where they're going to these specialist businesses and doing that. But I still, for the same reasons we see with Levi's and everything else, you know, I still think that people are worried about the public perception of using deepfake talent. And I think there's a little bit like there was with Photoshop in the late 90s, where everybody's a bit worried about being first. Do you know what I mean? I think that's slightly the worry. I think after 3 or 4 years, everyone will be like, oh yeah, of course, you know. But now because it's so novel, I think that people are worried about the stories that will be attached. So that's why we were very implicit. Either there was as I said, strong positive social good with Shah Rukh Khan, or with Gen AI, this very playful, you know, look what we've done type of thing, you know. Was
Photoshop the predecessor, in a way?
None of the people in ads are real. I hate to break this to you. But, you know, that's not their house or their dog or their family or their car. And we've always wondered why people trust the synthetic people more, and brands in general. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, you suspend your belief to a certain extent with a number of them, and I think, we posit that perhaps deep down that is why we sort of trust the synthetic faces more. But we've been studying this for a while, and I think people who start this research today in all of the hype, it takes years to uncover this stuff, you know. So we're really pleased we started it when we did.
Rhonda, there's a question on the Mentee about, excuse me, what are the ethical risks of using images that are highly similar to real people? How does that, and you know this is close to my heart, how does that impact news, political, social media, when they might be shown saying things they don't really support?
Right. I think huge ethical issues, and in fact, there's a lot of legislation that's trying to target this. I think the most famous use of deepfakes is in pornography, and we've seen kind of lots of, I think most recently, AOC was deepfaked in that way, and obviously very upsetting, and proposed legislation to make that sort of deepfake use illegal. I think, as Perry just said, if you're doing it in a very playful way of celebrities and it's very explicit, then I think that's less of an ethical issue there, obviously, than if you're actually using it for trickery or those sorts of purposes. But I agree with Perry that these are early days, and I do think there will be a point in which this is really the standard, and there'll maybe be a human premium kind of attached to actually using real models, just like now we see in the case of, you call out things that are handmade because the default now is factory-made everything, and there's a premium associated with handmade. I think we'll get to a point where it's just so easy and cheap, and then becomes a standard to be using synthetic humans that there has to actually be a really good reason to use real humans.
I read somewhere that Elon, who I don't like to quote, was saying that AI doesn't have to hate us to kill all the humans. It just has to see our death as optimal. That we don't...
Is that a question?
That we don't necessarily... in other words, we don't think of the anthill when we pave over it to make a road, right? And so the system doesn't have the same set of ethics, and it will be driven by the people that are involved in driving this. And so there are a number of questions in the Mentee around this. What are the legal risks that brands are running? What are the ethical risks that brands are running by using synthetic humans? Perry?
I'm a hopeful and optimistic person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also a shy marketer, by the way. But I'm a hopeful and optimistic person, and I think society, it will walk towards the edge sometimes, and it does that in multiple categories, particularly our own. But I strongly feel that when you get to a certain point, there are checks and balances, and even to a certain extent, common sense, where you turn around and walk away. And cookieless is a similar thing, right? Like, we could get around that. We have many tools at our disposal to track and monitor people if that's what we really, really chose to do. But at WPP, and the wider industry in general, we sort of looked at what that cookie legislation was saying, right? Which is that people are uncomfortable about the idea of being tracked, right? And it's not about finding a way around that. It's about reading the room. And I remember sitting in the meetings where we said, this is what this legislation is telling us. Not what to do, do you know what I mean? Not ordering us what to do, but gently letting us know people don't want to be tracked without their permission. And I think the same about the technologies that we're using here, right? Like, legislation is slow. And that's partly because these roles, are scarce and therefore expensive. And it's the same thing in finance. The legislators and regulators and the government struggles to pay for people who are at the edge of this stuff, struggle to pay for training models. That's $1 trillion today. And I think there's a lag there that is obviously, something you've got to watch out for. But I don't believe that we are going to be, no matter what the research showed, ever clicking on photos of ourselves. We will never really let that happen. And especially not 90% Andrew Steve in all our ads. It won't. And so I don't think we'll go there, personally.
I'm going to ask for questions from the audience in just a minute, but I'll ask one more from Mentee. And Rhonda, maybe you can speak to this a little bit. Will our notion of what is authentic change? How will we develop new defenses or new skills to understand what is Gen AI in the way that these days maybe we're starting to learn what is fake news and what isn't? Not sure we have. Do you see an evolution on the consumer side?
Yeah, whoever asked that's a really great question. And we do indeed see what the notion of what authenticity means is very much changing. One domain very related to synthetic humans that we've seen this is social media virtual influencers who are CGI-created influencers. And several years ago, we saw a lot of this work presented. And in my mind, I always wondered, why on earth would you follow these non-people on social media? You know that they're fake, etc. But for a lot of people, actually being a creation and explicitly saying that felt much more authentic than you being a supposed real person who was photoshopped and filtered beyond belief, pretending you were actually real. And so there's actually a really interesting aspect of authenticity there that I hadn't considered before doing some of that work. And we definitely see generational differences here, especially when you consider how much of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, even more, are spending their time in digital environments where their avatars, they're interacting with avatars that may be human, that may be non-humans. And so, does that actually matter anymore? To some people, it really doesn't anymore. And I think that is a real paradigm shift we're seeing in the marketplace.
Perry, there's one more question. Are there any questions here in the room? Oh, there is one. Maybe if we can, there's one here in the center aisle at the top. Oh, fine. And then there's one in the back in the center after that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thinking particularly around the use of models in advertising, if the real people can no longer compete on price because they're more expensive than digital ones, what do you think becomes the human differentiator when it comes to it? Like, what do they bring extra, and why would you go for the real person?
There was a really interesting moment in this research whether we wondered if there might be people that had faces that were extremely good at changing into other faces, weirdly. And that maybe your differentiator would be that, you were able to be manipulated. And also we wondered if a small handful of people might almost become a kind of ground zero for lots and lots of advertising, I think that area worries a lot of people and is an area where we're extremely careful. Microsoft is extremely careful. Voice cloning is a technology in the last year or two which has hugely leaped forward. This will take certain jobs, and yesterday I read in the news that translators, are seeing a big impact on their industry from generative AI. And I think I would say for a year and a half, voice if you're a voice artist, 100%, you've probably seen the sort of work die down. And actually, even the freelance market in our industry, photography, these things have been impacted and are being impacted. And I would say more the long tail, actually, of small individuals who do this work. So voice artists, photographers, not necessarily people who work for us, but actually people in that sort of cottage industry. In terms of the differentiator, I would look at our own creatives. We run an apprenticeship. I spend half my budget on talent and training talent. It's learning to use these tools. And interestingly, in the translator article today, a portion of those people who were affected were saying that they were using those tools to do the work. So that's one thing. The other way I would, and it's not necessarily a differentiator, but I would be very, very, very careful what you sign. Do you know what I mean? So I think your differentiator is thinking hard about your value over time, because that to me is the risk. It's very easy for JLo to control this situation. It's less easy if you need to pay your rent and someone puts a piece of paper in front of you and you're a young voice artist, you've been in the industry a little bit, and you sign this thing and you're not paying attention, and suddenly that's a model that can be used again and again. And Microsoft technology, interestingly, will not work unless the voice artist who's doing having their voice cloned reads out this sort of disclaimer explaining what's going to kind of happen. So the training doesn't start, the model doesn't start training itself technically until it detects that the person whose voice is being cloned has read that out. But they're good, Microsoft, in that respect, and there will be other startups all over the world who won't necessarily have that. So I think care is one of the things I would advise.
We're going to run short on time, and I want to make sure to get as many of the questions as I can. Someone has a microphone already?
That's a good question.
Yes, this gentleman in the back? Yes. Oh, someone have the microphone already? Oh, there, if we can pass that over. Oh, you have a question. Please. Sorry, sir, and then we'll come to you right after.
Just a question about kind of like talent usage. So do you think there are risks? So celebrities like JLo and other people using these adverts, they obviously spend a lot of time face-to-face with human beings, and they promote their own identity and their own brand. Do you think there's a chance that we're going to go for like the immortal JLo, who will be used in 20 years' time, and she is now forever ageless, and she could be 60, and then also that then makes celebrities kind of go, well, I'll just sell myself a deep chat, and then I'm just going to seclude myself, and I don't have to do that standard and quality of living anymore because I've got my robot version making my life's money for me.
I think David Attenborough is a very interesting example there. There will definitely be a societal decision to make over whether David Attenborough is our... I'm half joking. Whether he will be our narrator for the next few centuries of nature documentaries, or whether we will choose to find another one. That, I think, rather than JLo, let's use David Attenborough, because immortal JLo, I think we can all agree, it's only probably less lofty in these halls to discuss.
For the record, if the legitimate Seth Rogen is now available. Let's go for our final question to the gentleman in the back there. Thank you.
Well, my question is from the consumer's point of view. Do you think deepfake videos or deepfake ads, because they are fake, as we know it's a deepfake, they work counterintuitively to the brand's authenticity that they want to create through an advertisement?
I'm sorry, you said, are they counterintuitively?
To the authenticity of the brand which they are going to create using a marketing effort. So the moment you say it's a deep fake, so how do I, as a consumer, tend to believe this advertisement? Because maybe your other claims are also fake in it.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I think that spillover skepticism of doubt is something that we are very interested in. I know with Seth, we've had conversations of, what if you see deep-faked ads next to real journalism, then do you doubt the content that you've just read, that sort of adjacency? I think in the content that Perry shared, where you're very explicitly having fun with it, if anything, you could argue that's going to explicitly or increase trust in the brand and the ad, because they're being so open about it, where at least ostensibly lots of people are using this and not being open about it. So I would suspect in those sorts of cases, it's going to, if anything, increase brand trust, and in this case, humor, et cetera, where in other cases, I'm not so sure, and I do think there may be some negative externalities associated with that usage.
Excellent. I want to thank our panelists very much for an excellent first session. We are, as you can hear in my voice, going to take a quick break for coffee and tea. We have about 30 minutes, so please do get to know someone you don't already know. Introduce yourself, make that bold move. You're marketers, you love to talk. We will meet right back in this room at exactly 5 minutes past 11. So please be back in your seats at that point. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. Everyone is newly caffeinated. Feeling good? We now have 3 sessions in a row. I realized I pulled a bit of a trick on everyone. I told you you had the printed agenda in front of you. You don't. However, if you look on the back of your badge, you can scan that QR code, and that will give you the full day's agenda if you haven't done that already. My next guest needs no introduction, but I will say you only saw 90% of him in the previous presentation, and you'll see 100% of him now. So here to discuss protecting DEI in AI, Professor Andrew Stephen.
Okay, well, you can decide if it's 90%, 100%, 10%, you know, what we'll see. So this session, we're going to talk about DEI in the context of AI. And I'm going to have 2 expert panelists, Mitch and Ariane, join me in a moment, but I wanted to kind of set the scene first with respect to this topic, because there's, you know, if you put AI on its own, big topic, DEI on its own, big topic. Now we're going to look at these things combined. So in that spirit, I've sort of got some thoughts here to kind of get us thinking around what's not just 2 big topics combined, but actually something really, really important. And we've already touched on it a little bit with the session that we had with Seth, Rhonda, and Perry to kick us off for the day as well. So I've called it Protecting DEI. We might want to say, actually, we're not at the point of being able to protect it. We need to create DEI in the context of AI and the generative systems in particular, which we'll probably come to actually in conversation with the panel. But at the end of the day, what I want us to remember when we talk about AI is tools, data and algorithms that are being used in the service of some human objective or set of objectives. So for us, thinking about marketing and advertising communications, there's some clear business-related objectives there. But of course, there's going to be a wider context that we need to sort of situate these objectives in. But I think this sort of human-centric or humans-first perspective is important to remember in general when we're thinking about AI, but in particular if we're thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion in that context, and in the context of what these systems sort of spit out. And then what do we do with that output to help us make business decisions, to help us communicate with customers, or generate content that engages people, persuades them, whatever it might be, in the pursuit of those business and very human-oriented objectives. So humans first, I think, is a key point to remember here. The problem really that we're trying to think about is unintended consequences. Intended consequences are, I want to create copy for my ads or images for content that I put out there on whatever channel that is interesting, gets the attention of my audience, engages them, helps us move people along towards some business outcome that is the objective of a campaign, for instance. So there's intended consequences, but then of course there's unintended consequences. And so what we're really going to dig into in this session is the unintended side of this, which is where there's going to be more room for things like bias and other negative possible outcomes, which are bad for maybe our brands, maybe our customers, maybe other stakeholders, and maybe society more widely. So the negative or unintended consequences, I guess we need to worry about when we talk about DEI in this context is outputs that actually are less diverse, less equitable, less inclusive. So that's what the problem really is. Just kind of put some sort of framing on that. So what can we do? Okay, so what I want to make this session about is sort of, to the best possible, practical things that we as marketing and business and advertising professionals can be really doing. We're not computer scientists, or not everybody in the room, there might be some, but we're not the ones who are necessarily programming these systems, designing the sort of the deeper technology behind them. We're the users. And so we're going to look at it from that lens, not in the context of, okay, how do we design a bias-free large language model, but rather if we're using what is there, how do we try and protect, preserve, create more DEI in the use of these systems. So very much what can we do about it? So how do we contribute? And I've got sort of a few sort of things to lead off with. But if we take a step back, let's remember, what are these systems doing? Fundamentally, they're about prediction. Whether we're talking about generative AI, which has certainly captured sort of the wider imagination in the last sort of 18 to 24 months, yes, you're putting in a prompt and asking, whichever system you choose to use, to create something for you, to write something or create an image. It's basically trying to take that input, that prompt, predict what it is that you want, and then create something in accordance with that prediction. So it's a predictive system. Just as much as the other forms of AI and machine learning that we use that are perhaps kind of less sexy as compared to sort of something generative, but trying to forecast or predict the future, or predict with this piece of content or this ad who's the right person or segment of people to show it to on a platform, and do that matching. Right? So these are prediction systems in one way or another at the end of the day, which means they're using historical information upon which to base those predictions. And that's really important for us because as an industry, as a profession in marketing and advertising, we're creating a lot of the stuff that these systems then get trained on, either in terms of private systems, sort of custom systems, or what kind of lives out there on the internet for more general systems. So think about that as we dig a bit deeper into this, because we actually do have a big responsibility as a sort of a profession, because we create a lot of the stuff that then gets siphoned up one way or another to train these prediction engines. So we do have a responsibility if we want to think about DEI in terms of what we put out there in the first place that these systems are going to pick up on. So we're making the data, we're making the content, we're somehow therefore responsible in that ecosystem. So to kind of wrap up this preamble, I think there's really 4 things that I would contend that we should be thinking about and try to do as marketing, advertising, communications professionals. So my 4 recommendations. First of all, inputs. So we need to make sure that whatever data inputs we're putting into our systems, to our AI and machine learning analytics systems, are diverse, appropriately diverse. So representative of the population that we're actually focusing on. So we need to think about that in terms of the data. As you saw a really good example of that from Perry earlier with the FFHQ data set used for image model training, where there was actually a disparity between gender as you looked at different age bands. So that was an example of where representativeness wasn't there, so diversity wasn't there, so the systems being trained on that created that bias in terms of older women being generated were looking more masculine. Okay, so that's actually a really good example of where you can think about the inputs. Second one, when we're talking about generative AI and large language models, the prompts. Think about prompts or prompt engineering, as I guess we like to now call it. Not necessarily the hottest new career path, but nevertheless, it's something that people do. Think of that through a DEI lens. Writing prompts that actually prompt the systems to represent people in a more appropriate way, and so on and so forth. So prompt design, if you will, can be seen through a DEI lens. Now that's going to require training of people. So we're talking about training people to write prompts that will get you what you need, but also to think about DEI in the context of prompts. The third thing is looking at the outputs. So, okay, the system spits out a generated image, for example. Okay, then we need to also scrutinize that image before it goes out into the wild through that lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we need to think about it from that perspective if we're using those tools for that type of generative purpose, for example. And then the fourth and final one is about the content we actually create. So I said just before, actually we do have a responsibility as a profession because we're creating a lot of the things that kind of get out there onto the internet that then are used to train systems. to produce ads, to produce images, videos, everything else. So we need to think about ensuring, as I know a lot of brands in the room very much have been doing, that the material, the content, the ads that we put out there are the best they can be from a diversity standpoint as well. Because actually the next generation of these models are being trained on the stuff that brands and their agencies are working on now. So again, all of the efforts that this industry will be making, largely led by the Young Stereotype Alliance at the UN, and we'll hear from them later on this afternoon, is helping in this regard as well. So we need to think about inputs, we need to think about the prompts, we need to think about outputs, and then we need to think fundamentally about the content that we put out there, because that's training what comes next. And therefore we have a responsibility in that regard. So that's sort of the setup. What I want to do now is invite Mitch and Ariane to the stage to join me for a conversation. So Mitch Oliver is from Mars. She's the Global Corporate Brand and Purpose Director. And Ariane Pohl is the Global Head of Research at Creative Works in Google. So Mitch and Ariane, welcome. Grab a seat. All right, so enough of me talking. I want to hear from both of you and hear about the sorts of things that are happening in your companies and your parts of your companies around this sort of intersection of DEI and artificial intelligence. And so maybe we'll just kind of start off with any quick reactions that you have to what I was just saying. And what did I forget is what I'm worried about. I don't know, who wants to go first? Ariane, would you like to start?
Sure, and thanks so much for having me. I'm so privileged to be here, but I actually think it's a conversation we should all be a part of. So we are here on the stage, but we should keep on having that conversation beyond that talk. You nailed it. You touch upon all of the different AI types, so from generative to analytical and predictive, and talked about the inputs, the algorithm, the outputs. If I could just add one thing, perhaps, is just the speed of change of this new technology. We see AI as being the third big shift that we're seeing in business and society. That's a true revolution after internet and mobile. And it's moving at a pace that we would have never anticipated. Just 2 years ago, we were wowed by the fact that some of the models could create something, anything. And today we're in a very different space, right, where it's actually pretty good. It's something we could be using. But what I see as a huge opportunity, and Mitch and I were talking about this, is that because it's having such a profound impact on the way we work and changing the way we work, we can actually think about D&I and embedding it at the core and from the very get-go. Whereas perhaps before, for lack of measurement, we couldn't really get a grasp of the issue or the extent of the problem that is D&I. And now it's really forcing us to have that conversation, which is a great opportunity for all of us to be thinking about that as we build the models.
And Mitch?
Yeah, so I was quite nervous about coming on this panel as a non-digital native, the other side of 50. I was reflecting on it actually because I think one of the worst things about I&D, in the whole area of I&D, one of the biggest risks is people who go, well, I'm fine, I'm not biased. Because we are all biased. I'm a fundamentally biased individual. And I think there's a similar parallel risk in AI, which is there is a desire amongst business leaders to go, well, I understand it. We don't, right? Mm-hmm. As you say, the pace of change is so fast. There are experts in this, but we are business experts, we are marketing experts. And so the important bit is, I think we were talking about authenticity just beforehand. How do we acknowledge our lack of, I've got 30 years in business. I have, hours I've spent, probably maybe days, thinking about AI. So how do we acknowledge that so that we can have a kind of collective understanding and support each other and help each other, and particularly when it comes to D&I. And the one thing, to me, that I have learned on my journey is with you, with the Unstereotype Alliance, about how you change things from an I&D point of view, that I think was probably the one thing I would say was missing from your list, is you've got to change the people in the room. Mm-hmm. So if the people who are creating the AI, the people who are the real experts, if they all look the same, sound the same, speak the same, then we're going to perpetuate the stereotypes that we see. And the example I was giving earlier was I wanted a picture for a LinkedIn post, and I was, I could use AI for this. So I thought I'll put in, I want a diverse group of business leaders. And I got a picture of men only, no women, ethnically diverse. And I thought that was really interesting because to my simple mind, it had gone business leader equals man, but they want diversity, so we're going to put ethnic diversity in. So your thing about the prompt even is I think there's a level of sophistication we even need to teach that's probably quite simple about how you make sure you're asking the right questions. And I think that's probably a very important piece of the puzzle. And someone else might ask the question differently. So that, again, that diversity around the table, I mean, we've talked about this. Yeah. That's the area for me, I think, is going to continue to be important.
If I may, when I first saw Mitch this morning, she told me I don't know anything about AI. And I was like, well, but still you're on stage, you're leaning in, you're engaged, and that's what we need, right? Because you come with a wealth of experience when it comes to D&I. And no one individual is supposed to know everything, right? We should all come to the table and bring out different perspectives and expertise, and I think that's brilliant.
Well, and I think that's one of, as business leaders, it's one of the exciting things, right? The world is changing. It's changing quickly. You just get to the point where you think, okay, I've cracked this marketing thing. And they're like, oh, no, here's another thing. We had the digital marketing revolution, and now we've got this. So I think, I think it's, as I say, same with I&D. You have leaders who go, I'm a different generation. That's not an acceptable reason. It's great to acknowledge your lack of understanding, but then your job as a leader, I think, is to go, okay, how can I learn enough to operate?
Well, isn't there something somewhat comforting in, I think, what you're both saying? Because in some sense, the approach that we should take to this particular set of challenges is not that different to the approach that we can take to kind of any sort of change-related challenge that's been coming along, and also sort of the broader diversity and equity and inclusion challenges that business has been sort of starting to grapple with more recently in the last, say, half decade or so. In terms of, you need diverse teams, you need multiple perspectives involved, you need to try and learn and do these things, and it's not good enough to say, I'm not the expert, or it's not my responsibility, it's somebody else's. So do you think that this is, sort of in your organizations as well, you seeing this where with, AI and, Mitch, you mentioned the word bias, and we'll come to talking and unpacking that a little bit more soon, but is this sort of in practice how it's working in terms of saying, okay, well, we've tackled some of these other related challenges with either new technologies coming along or new social issues that have become much more prominent and important for business to grapple with, and we've got some methodologies, if you will, in our organizations for handling those changes and those transformations. So let's also do the same as we're thinking about AI and making sure that we're responsible in its use. Do you think is that enough, I suppose? Or is there something else that we need to be doing? Ariane?
I mean, there's lots we should be doing. Within Google, we see this great opportunity, and it comes with great responsibility, right? We're building tools, solutions for billions of users, right? So we need to make sure that we get it right. So we have a set of AI principles, standards, that we believe should be known by everybody, know what we're striving for and what we're setting out to do. But also, we need to recognize that a lot of the biases that we actually see is either in the training data set or in the algorithm. Most of the data that we are working with is historical data. As you said, we're biased individuals. It's our reality, our biases that are reflected in the data sets. And we need to be aware of that. We need to be aware of, what are potential skews, biases, what's absent, what's not in the data. For example, in my day-to-day work, we look at, what's working well in terms of ads on YouTube, what's not working so well. We need to also ask ourselves, what's not there? What are we not seeing, right? And so how could we take steps to mitigate that? So we're acutely aware of all of this, and this is super important. And those guiding principles are helping us to build better products and get better at it every time. I think we're still surprised, right? What Perry was showing, none of us could have really anticipated. And all we can do is really strive to create content that will, rebalance the data sets we have. You were mentioning, business leaders, but if right now you ask any large language model to either state who a doctor is or, generate an image of a doctor, I bet you it's going to be masculine, whereas most students that actually are in medical school in the US right now are female. So it's a 54, 55%, but still it's a majority of female. That's not represented in the data set because it's learning from history. So we need to make sure that from now on, we create content data and we check the algorithms. We always have a human in the loop to make sure that it's not perpetrated. Because with the amount of data we've got and the computing power that enables us to make predictions at scale, we could actually magnify the problem otherwise.
So just to pick up on that, before I get your point of view, Mitch. So I think collaboration here is really important as well. And so Ariane, if you're sort of saying, okay, at Google and Creative Works, the bread and butter of the work that you and colleagues around the world are doing is to figure out how brands can use Google's tools and platforms more effectively, basically, so to advertise on YouTube, for instance. So if you're identifying in that team, there's a gap here, we don't actually have good data on this and this and this, these characteristics combined, for instance.
Right.
What then happens? Do you say, go to a brand? Do you go to Mars, for instance, and say, hey, look, this is relevant to your category. At Google, we see there's a gap here. So A, we can't give you good business advice because there's missing data. But also, we think that there's probably an opportunity to learn something. Is this when you would then sort of start to collaborate with brands and say, well, let's learn this together and improve the data and the systems for everybody? Is that...
Absolutely. I see our research that are named the ABCDs or, creative effectiveness guidelines for YouTube as being hygiene. And what we know is on the platform today, what's working, what's not working, right? But we're only looking at ads that have been posted on YouTube to date, right? So we do see, for example, that D&I has a positive impact on consumer awareness or even willingness to purchase. But we see that representation is very low in terms of occurrence, right? So while we can make predictions on weak signals, we're always looking to, future-proof advertising and changing all of these, representations. So that's when we turn to Mitch at Mars and say, hey, let's experiment together. We see a low representation of, let's say, gender or race. Can we work together to see how effective it could be if they were not just represented, but they were actually given a greater role, right? If they were given a greater share of voice, or if they were coming off as authentically in the script versus it being very prescripted and branded. So this is something we would do in order to kind of understand what will work in the future, as opposed to what has worked to date.
And so Mitch, I guess what I'm getting at is, tech companies, brands, agencies, everybody sort of involved in this ecosystem, trying to be more proactive, like identifying the blind spots and then trying to fill those in. How do you see that working from your side?
Actually, I think that's one of the things that's transformed in the last decade, actually, and it's only increasingly important. And Rankin, who's talking later from Mars, knows much more about this than I do, but it used to be the primary relationship was really us and our creative agencies and maybe the media buying agencies. And now our technical partners and platforms are absolutely front and center now as partnerships. And whilst, to me, the fundamental reason why the purpose of IND is fundamentally an ethical and a human one, there is also a commercial imperative here. And if, as the people who are paying for the advertising on Google, we say to you, and we really care about this matters to us, then in that relationship, we would be having conversations about that. What are you learning? What can you tell us? Where are we having blind spots? Because The positive side of AI is it doesn't have that human filter of judgment. So it can look at data and it can tell you, you might think you're doing a really good job, but actually, this is what the data's telling us, and actually you have a gap here. So I think there's a lot of, done in the right way, there's a lot that that relationship can bring, and I think it's one of the biggest transformations, as I say, of the last decade, is the role that the tech companies and the advertisers, I guess, play in that space. I mean, I think the one thing that worries me deeply is that it's a retrospective intelligence, for want of a better word, that's creating the future. And there's a risk, there is a risk that we perpetuate 20 years that we've been trying to accelerate out of equality, because that's what the basis of what AI learns from. And so for my example, there was something else recently, you can tell I've been playing on all the big strategic stuff, pictures for LinkedIn, and I saw a thing about someone put, can you write a poem? Because for some reason we all want AI to write poems. Can you write a poem about women and doing weights? I love weights. And I thought, oh, that'd be interesting. And the poem that was written was excellent, but it was all about looking better. It was all about the benefit of weightlifting being my physical appearance. And I think so we focus on stuff like the examples earlier about, have we got enough different ethnic minorities, enough representation? But there's something much more sort of systemic that we need to address about how the narrative about, why would women want to do weightlifting? Well, to look good. Well, no, that's not the reason I do it, actually. That we need to address. And that, for me, is one of the challenges. I think in the Unstereotype Alliance, we would call that probably representation and stereotyping. So how do we smash out of those stereotypes and use AI to help us? However, I think it's the society that AI operates in that's the challenge, rather than necessarily the technology itself. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, I think like everything else, technology is as good as the use we make of it, right? So it's all about the use cases and applications. I think these models are so powerful, we can be a little fooled that they will have all the answers. They're just really good at predicting, right? Yeah. So they will take their best guess at saying, what you're expecting to hear. And if that's what they've learned from, that's what they're going to be repeating. I think, for me, one skill that we all need to, keep on flexing when it comes to all of these topics is critical thinking. So whenever anyone is looking at the inputs, the model we're choosing, why are we choosing it? The outputs, remaining very, very critical of what it provides, right? Because, if you press it hard enough, it will give you an answer, but it might not be the answer you would like, or, you should be co-creating with it, but never really letting it decide, right? Yeah. There should always be a human in the loop. And that's why we're also looking at what we call black box models, or we're really looking at explainability of the models, so that it doesn't make a decision on its own that could be misguided, and that a human couldn't really have a look into.
So let's come to the human in the loop a little bit more, actually, and go further there, because there's a few ideas I think that are worth playing with. But before I do that, I just want to remind everybody, we'll come to audience questions in a moment. And there's the QR code to scan if you closed your browser or didn't get it before. So maybe we'll talk a little bit about this sort of humans in the loop, and then we'll take some audience questions. But there's different ways for humans to be in the loop, and I think it absolutely, I said humans first, human centricity, all of this sort of stuff. But what does that actually mean in practice? I think is really important. And so if we take Mitch, your concern about, the perpetuation of harmful stereotypes. And if you think about stereotypes in the context of what we're talking about here, it's really a stereotype is a bundling of biases, and so that you could predict or sort of kind of weed out each of those little elements, but maybe there's 5 biases that get combined, and that creates a bundle called a stereotype. So it's a more multidimensional challenge. What I would say, the human in the loop there is to my earlier point, scrutinize the outputs, the critical thinking, looking for, no, this isn't right, because we sort of have to do 2 things at once, I suppose, as a profession. One is to make sure that those things don't kind of, escape the filter and get out there. But then also, and I'm curious how you think about this, is we also can give feedback to these systems.
Yeah.
They're learning systems. And so you can say, actually, no, that isn't right because that's a stereotype about, looking good, and that's not what this is all about, for instance. And so we're chipping away, so bit by bit, theoretically, there'll be less and less weight in these models over time for those sorts of more multidimensional biases, if you kind of want to call a stereotype that. But there's sort of the present issue as well as the responsibility I think we have to teach the systems as we go so that in the future they get better. So you could do that bit by bit, I suppose.
I think that's one of the things. So, I sort of started by saying, I'm not an expert on this, but one of the things I've realised over the last 6 months, what that can do is it can create a bit of a sort of misplaced respect for something, if you like. So the AI spits something out and you're like, oh, okay, I either like it or I don't. What I think I've really, to your point, come to realise is the responsibility that we all have as individuals, and then even more so as big organisations, to help it learn right, just like we do in any situation, to give it feedback and the kind of, I know in a very, very simple terms, and I've heard you talk about this, the kind of the thumbs up, the thumbs down, these are learning loops that, and I had previously just sort of ignored them, but actually, and the more, we've done some work with Getty Images, for example. I know Getty Images has done a lot of work about creating diverse imagery that you can, to kind of put it out into the internet so that searches can unlock that. The more we can flood and create the content that will enable and to push back when we get when we know we get something that's an affront to our view of and is sort of a backward-looking, if you like, example of damaging stereotypes. Because it can be really very dangerous. The world I work in, we're selling chocolate and we're pet food and stuff. So, but the danger is if we perpetuate seeing people seeing themselves in a certain way, it has a massive impact on how they self-perceive themselves and their ability to, potentially reach their own potential. So I think there are a huge role that we can play and responsibility, to exactly your point, to not just accept it, but to go, no, it's a learning process. And I think that mentality, that paradigm is really helpful, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I think when we talk about human in the loop, we think about augmented intelligence. And what really excites me about AI is that actually humans are put back into, the most important role. It's the strategic role, right? At Google, we say that marketers are in the driver's seat. So there's a lot of technology that helps them to automate a lot of the tedious work, like, for example, manual optimization of campaigns. The tools can take care of that for you. Marketers are incredibly busy, with the proliferation of platforms and content, touch points with consumers. The workload has just, exponentially grown. And when we were talking about unintended consequences, I could just see, a marketer that has a long to-do list, means well, wants to check those biases, but doesn't have the time, and there's some sort of oversight. If the tool can alleviate a lot of the tedious tasks, then the marketer can really focus on the strategy. Yeah. What are we trying to do? How might we connect with our consumers? What stories do we want to tell? Do we have, the right tools? Are we, looking at the data the right way? And so I truly think that now marketers' roles have been elevated in a way where we can think about this, whereas before, it was always something we had in mind, but, didn't have a way to measure, didn't have a way to understand, and therefore was a huge blind spot.
One of the things that we're doing. So So one of the great uses of AI that we're unlocking at the moment is brand governance. So, we're talking a lot about creative content here, but actually brands are all about consistency and coherence. And when you've got a brand in 88 countries around the world, etc., then having a tool that enables you to go, is my brand showing up coherently and consistently is incredibly helpful. And now you can also say to it, how diverse is the content that my brand is showing up in? What kind of people? So you can very quickly sort of govern some of these matters. And I think that and as you say, the kind of thing that marketers, I mean, we literally used to like sit in a room for 3 days looking at things, kind of ticking boxes, whereas, now we can do I think Romy and my team said it was like, it takes like 5 minutes or something to do what used to take us 2 days to do governance. But the fact that you can build in a deliberate attempt to look at representation in that, I think, is fabulous.
That's a really good point. I want to come to some of the things that are popping up here on Menzies, and then we'll also do the roving mics in the room, so get ready. But just on the humans in the loop, actually, there's a few questions / comments that popped up here, but one that I think is particularly important to consider, actually, is if we're putting humans in the loop to manage sort of bias, or be a filter or scrutinizing that, is there not a risk that could introduce more bias into the system, since we are all inherently biased? And a human could therefore manipulate the perspective in data, unintentionally, of course, because of our own biases. How might we get around that, other than being aware of that risk practically? Any thoughts?
Gosh, that's a good question, isn't it? I mean, I think that's a risk in any system, right? As I say, we are biased. I think it's one of the areas where a couple of things come to mind to me is, data is always our friend in helping us eliminate our own bias. So how can we partner with technology in order to bring objective, data-driven information to help highlight those biases? I think the other thing is, how can industry and tech collaborate in order to create guidelines about what ethical use of AI is, so that you mitigate the kind of the risks that people use consciously or unconsciously perpetuate bias. And I think those industry alliances can be very powerful for that kind of to support each other to learn on those things. That's probably where I would go.
I think with this, it's about collaboration. But again, going back to sort of the more basic approaches that we were talking about earlier in terms of diverse teams, multiple points of view. I mean, these, the humans, it's plural in the loop, not human in the loop.
Yeah, that's an excellent point.
And I think that's really important to remember. Are there any questions in the audience? We've got about 3-4 minutes left, so we've got this gentleman down here, and then we'll go up towards the back.
Thank you very much for the great insight that you spilled this morning. Ariane, it's a question for you, because you actually said that you're helping brands to work around the bias and optimizing future campaigns, because of course we all know AI built on the past. Being a marketer myself, we're always interested, is it more effective? Does it sell more? Do you have any numbers that you can share how more effective those campaigns then actually are?
Yeah, I'm happy to share some case studies also after, but one that comes to mind is one that we had done with Bobbi Brown in the US, where we were interested in understanding which talent would actually most speak to their audience, their broader audience, which can we actually use that wouldn't alienate the consumer base, but could also help them to reach out to more people. And then also it wasn't just about having these talents on screen, but it was about, the script. And, so we looked at a script that the brand had provided versus, the talent actually using their own words, that, language, we see that a lot in our best practices. Language, and especially casual language, works much better because it's consumer speak versus, marketing jargon. That's another kind of, hurdle in the way of cutting through. Do you want to raise awareness on a specific, word or language, or do you want to sell your product? So, there are lots and lots of different ways we could go about it. Usually, it's really co-creation with the brand, right? We look at hypotheses together. because we talk about D&I, but that looks very different in different countries, cultures. It applies very differently to brands, and their own value and their tone of voice. So we need to make sure that it's aligned. But we've seen great success, and the way it shows up is I think what's amazing for brands, because it's down to execution. We know it works, but then the way it's executed on is truly yours, and we need to find your voice and your way of speaking to your consumer in a diverse and representative way. So it's really interesting, and I'm happy to talk about more of those case studies. We had seen this, but again, most of the ads are not yet there when it comes to D&I, but using AI and the tools, we're able to quantify that. We're able to provide an audit and understand where we could actually play, and then together with the brands, we can go off of hypotheses and go deeper and deeper.
So we've got time for just one more question. So the gentleman in the back there.
This is a question for Ariana. I'm just intrigued through what Google or what was the experience, or what has Google learnt through Gemini? Because that was an example where DEI almost went too far. And it was effectively trying to, you could argue, rewrite history in a way that was aligned with the bias of the people writing the code, which was not representative, clearly. So, A, what was the experience like within Google with that, which was clearly a PR disaster? And B, what has Google learned since?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and there's been a lot of coverage on this. What I'll say is that all of these models, they're very much emerging technologies, and we're learning a lot by doing. I think there's been a lot of acknowledgement that it wasn't handled perhaps in the best of ways, and that it still needs a lot of work. So, as you might have known, we put this on pause as we worked on this, and made sure that it was up to our standards. As I said, responsibility is paramount. Again, for me, when we look at these models, we have to understand that there are clear limitations, right? And what we're trying to ask of them sometimes is a bit outside of their purview. So, it wouldn't fully understand, time or historical figures, and so here it was misrepresenting, right? But there are lots and lots of different ways in which sometimes people are trying to get these systems to do what it's not necessarily meant to be doing, and it will provide an answer. So that's when we need to be very critical, and we need to be absolutely in the loop, looking at inputs and outputs. I think this one was a very media forward example, but it happens all the time, and that's again, emerging technologies. We need to be very very acutely aware of those limitations, and we need to be working on this, to improve this. So how might we fine-tune so that it does take into account history? But in a lot of ways, when we're looking at a lot of the debate that's happening, in society, we're seeing people that are actually calling for rewriting certain, pieces of art, or books like Agatha Christie and Franz Tintin. Some people are calling for this, and I think it's very much something we should all be talking about, because the tools again are trying to defeat that.
Last word, Mitch.
Sorry, I think that I've been on panels that are not about AI, about D&I for a number of years, and one of the things that come across is the biggest thing that holds us back is fear. And I think this is a good example, actually, because it is a sensitive area. It's a particularly sensitive area right now, in the world that we live in right now. And the fear of getting it wrong can be the biggest limiter of our desire to progress. And we will get it wrong. And I think as long as we learn, and we use those learnings to get it, to do better next time. That would be my one thing, would be say, in this space that we're in, what's brilliant is we're all here, we're talking about it, we're ready to try stuff, we're discussing it, we're trying some things and we're getting it wrong. We will also be trying some things and getting it right. So let's not let the fear be the barrier to progress, or because what's so important is we all in this room have such a responsibility and an opportunity to have a real impact. To your point at the very beginning and yours, we're at the beginning-ish of the journey on this. We can impact where the direction that journey takes, and I think that's important and worthwhile.
So I think perfect words to end the session on an optimistic and rallying cry to all of us to keep on doing all the good work and be brave. So I want to thank Mitch and Ariane for joining me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and now I'm going to hand it back over to Seth.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. Oh, and very briefly, we're going to move directly on to keep things moving. I'm going to introduce someone who actually is the only person I know who has more titles than I do. But before we do, if you remember, we talked about those 3 brand elements that we're working on throughout the Future of Marketing initiative. And one core element of those 3 is this essence of brand credibility. And so what we're about to see is some new research that has been found between Kantar, the Future of Marketing initiative, and our good partners at Mars as well, to understand how brand equity and the equity of a brand is evolving. And so please welcome the Deputy Director of the Future of Marketing Initiative, Associate Professor, Dr. Felipe Tomas.
Good morning. Just lovely to be here. Thank you. So lovely to see our partners here, to see current students, old students. It's a bit of a family reunion at the same time. So one thing, maybe you weren't paying as much attention to this as I was because I'm about to stand up and talk about branding. But as often as you've heard about AI, it's always been followed by a question about, okay, that's great, but how's that going to impact my brand? It's like, okay, diversity, inclusion, and this threat. What's the risk to my brand? That's because brands matter a whole lot. Maybe this is not a secret to anybody in this room. I'm surrounded by marketers, but it is this key core asset that we have. It's both the most valuable thing that we control, and it's probably one of the most powerful tools that we have to affect change. Either it's a commercial change and making more money, or to drive behaviors that we want in the world. It matters. So we'll have a discussion about this evolution. You can't imagine then how happy I am with the guests that I have to come in and help me answer some of these questions and debate and discuss some of the evolutions that we have in terms of branding. So if I can ask my panelists to join me, we're going to be joined by Rankin Carroll, who is the Chief Brand Officer within Mars, and Jane Osler, Executive Vice President, Global Thought Leadership, and long partner of FOMI, since we're calling on long relationships. As you see, I'll be presenting a little bit of research that's foundationally created with collaboration with Kantar, and Jane has been through the whole life of that journey of that bit. So I didn't start looking at brands as an academic. I started on the first bucket of themes within the Future of Marketing Initiative, and it's this idea of, can I prove efficiency, can I prove effectiveness? I'm really interested in what works and what doesn't. And it wasn't until very recently that I've been thrust into this world of branding strategy and proving, because the discussion in branding in the industry has been evolving a lot over time. I'll tell you a little bit of a dirty secret, that when I defended my dissertation, I made a strong argument that branding was a solved problem. I passed, but maybe I was too optimistic that this was resolved, right? To give you a sense, the age of this question and the age of this problem, the core paper, what I consider to be one of the fundamental papers in marketing science on branding is from 1993. Now, I'm going to do the dirty trick of just saying, you know, probably a lot of people with white in their hair are thinking that was yesterday. That was 30 years ago, right? So it's been a while since we've been considering this lack of evolution. So let me show you a few things of, a lot of people in the room will have seen this already, presented in Cannes last year and in various FOMI meetings. But here's a decomposition of brand's effect on financial equity. So what I'm interested in, and here is trying to address a question of growth. How much is my brand adding to the growth of my company? Unexplained, abnormal stock returns. And what we can say is actually, I can predict, because abnormal stock returns are a function of unexpected growth in the company. Brand functionality actually maps incredibly well to that, and we can explain next year's abnormal returns nearly perfectly. The largest component of that is brand differentiation. Explains the bulk of abnormal stock returns, financial equity, followed by whether the brand is and the firm associated with it is perceived to be successful. Now that's a fun one because successful is essentially a measure of the value given to the brand by analysts in financial markets. So the market, do they value the brand, actually gives another 27% roughly of the abnormal returns comes from expectations of analysts that have nothing to do with fundamentals and have everything to do with the brand. I'll draw attention then, as the conversations we've had around DEI and so on, responsibilities actually crept up, and whether the brand is perceived to be responsible environmentally and socially actually is a huge source of financial equity value. Things that mentally for us seem direly important, like awareness, salience, distinctiveness of our assets, actually explain very little of growth in the company. Now, before I go into the mechanisms behind this, and I'll go through those relatively quickly, I just want to draw attention to the fact that financial equity holds a very clear assumption that they expect your business today to continue tomorrow. So they're not valuing what you have done. So all the things that you do to protect your business are obviously not going to get captured here. What they're valuing are things that are going to create new business, hence the value of differentiation and a devaluation of something that protects your installed user base, like distinctiveness. So give you a sense of how much data I'm playing with to show you this next set of mechanisms. It's over 20,000 brands over 10 years in 51 countries, and I'm going to restrict it just looking what is salience doing to us, what is the brand association doing, and what's differentiation doing for us, just to see if we know roughly how it's driving mechanisms of choice and growth and so on. So if I'm trying to create a consideration set and I want my brand to be in the mix, right, of things that are going to be considered for choice, actually brand association is the main driver and has sustainably been the main driver for that, followed by salience and then differentiation. So your fit and what you think about the brand actually puts it in consideration or not. However, if I'm trying to extract some level of pricing from that, differentiation is actually the driver that's going to get you a premium, not any of the others. They contribute, but actually, if you see the salience and just building strictly on awareness, that's actually a negative price premium. So what you're seeing there is just increasing salience is related to mass market, big marketplaces that are not able to extract necessarily niche premium prices, and they're just kind of mass market entry. And then to make that point further, you end up with, if you're just then thinking about growth in terms of that opportunity of the installed user base, what you then have is, again, the salience and the mass is what's going to drive a lot of that, and difference is not going to give you a lot of that value. So these are the things that the mechanisms behind those numbers and the decompositions that you've seen. An interesting thing, though, is trying to understand a little bit of behavior of modern times and what companies are doing with their investment. So here are two fun graphs that I'll show you. Even though distinctiveness is 0.03% of your equity returns, the amount of investment and then consequence of perceived distinctiveness has more than doubled in the past 10 years. So we're actually creating these assets with, again, a question that's going to come as like, why are we doing this? And because we've been focusing so hard on building more and more and more salience and just heavily on awareness, you see this thing here on the left, which is, yes, the more you're creating more awareness, but what you're getting as well is a lot of customers that know of your brand, but have never tried your brand. So you have awareness that you haven't activated, you haven't used. So I have to ask questions around, okay, so why are you spending that money? What is the value of these people that really know your brand, but actually don't transition into paying customers? Right, so it raises questions of, there's some things that exist that have been stable, as you can see, for the past 10 years, but matters of evolution. And the evolution is the reason why I have my friends here with me. So one of the things that I know is that every company tends to have its own brand framework, its vision on growth. Many of them come to you, Jane, for guidance on what to do that. You've developed your own internally within Mars. And in recent times and in recent memory, both of your organizations have reevaluated your position or created updated guidances. So you're seeing this evolution. So before we get into the specifics of what has changed, can I ask, why change anything at all? Like, what motivated this need to revisit your branding guidance? Jane, maybe we'll start with you and then we'll go to Ray.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Felipe. I think one of the things we have realized recently at Kantar is not only do we have a massive treasure trove of data spanning markets across the globe, hundreds of different categories, but we have the combination, which is like the magic ingredient really, which is attitudinal data, so what people think, but also behavioral data, what people are actually doing. Our first realization was that I think we'd never really analysed this at scale before. We've done it for individual clients on their data, but we've never done it across the board before, globally. So that's something we've been working on. It's something we're launching on the 14th of May called the Blueprint for Brand Growth. But it's not just a kind of theoretical exercise. It also goes into how marketers can best operationalise depending on the start point of their brand. Because obviously we all recognise there are differences in when we do a global analysis of a brand that's small, a brand that's a startup, a brand that is very mature, has maybe maxed out on penetration. So what are the growth opportunities there? But I also think there's other dynamics going on, as you say, in the market. We've talked about the rise of digital marketing via algorithms, the rise of, perhaps more customized, personalized, creative at scale, and how you make that more effective. There are some other things that I think have been more sensitive fairly recently. One of the big topics we've been talking about is pricing. So you mentioned pricing power earlier on. We've had recession, we've had inflation, we've had COVID. We are in a permanent state of volatility now. And I think some marketers are now realizing that they may well have pricing power, as in consumers are willing to pay, more than the average or more than private label for their brands. But there's also attitudes that come into that, which maybe we've reached a ceiling on some of that, depending on the category. So every brand's in a different place, but there are still some general rules, I think, that we can work with. I think the other thing, just to talk about, just to your point about distinctive assets, is the rise of digital channels. And there are a couple of people in the room that I probably have worked with for like 2 or 3 decades, so without giving it away too much. But back in those days, we worked in advertising, we worked in media. You have a campaign. All the language is about control. You started with your poster 2 weeks out. You then launched your TV and then went into a bit of print and other media afterwards. It was all very nice and contained and controlled. Obviously, digital marketing's blown that out of the water. There's influencers, there's creators, people doing all sorts of things with your brands. And so the importance of distinctive assets, your chart that you showed at the end there, I think, it is only going to grow because people need to make connections between all of the different channels that are deployed, whether it's sponsorship or you know, sustainability initiatives, whatever the approach. So, you know, and that feeds into AI as well, but I won't go into that now.
No, I'm sure we'll come back to it.
Yeah.
Rankin, you oversee then an immense portfolio, global footprint. Why then you revisit your branding strategy and guidance internally?
Yeah, look, there are many things that are the same. There are the things that are timeless, and I think we all know these things. And we talk about in Mars, you know, the laws of growth. This idea that our data says that when we win penetration, we win, we grow. So penetration wins. When we grow market penetration, we win. Brands are substitutable, and we know that in a category, especially in a repertoire category like snacking, you all would experience it. The notion of loyalty and one brand I love and stay with, and only that, that's a myth. And the data says that brands are substitutable, and we have to be conscious because memories are fragile. Now, what's changing is how we establish and deliver our brands. So we also talk about the levers of growth to unlock those laws, if you will, being reach, conversion, and driving value. Again, there's nothing new in the world. These are eternal and have been at the heart of our models and probably most of your models in one way or another. I think what's shifting, and sorry, what's the same for me? Distinctiveness, consistency, salience. Because I think if I look at your data, and the first time I've seen it, so I've got to be careful, you know, abnormal returns. Mm-hmm. Well, there's a lot in there. It's health and hygiene and baseline level just to get in the game. Yeah. And then to get to unlocking through differentiation, I think, and through, I kind of took the fame or the second one down.
Yeah, success.
Success.
Yeah.
As driving abnormal returns, which made sense to me on the face of it. But if I think about, you know, again, what's the same? Being distinctive, being consistent. I think the other thing that's the same is brands create and drive culture. And back to the AI conversation, I think it's really important to recognize that, because our outputs as brands are shaping what's feeding into the inputs in the systems. And that to me is quite a huge responsibility. So all the biases that we bring into our inputs and then go out to our outputs, we better have a few humans in the loop. We'll come back to that, because I think I could go off on a little bit of a flyer on AI, because if the objective of AI is to automate out low value, well, part of low value is selecting images in a dynamic optimizer. Getting humans in that loop is pretty difficult. So I'd like to challenge the conversation about the practicality of the objective of AI is to take out waste and to automate. Putting humans in the loop is a big step, and I think we have to think about that and take responsibility for that, but I don't want to go down soapbox. I think what's changing and what's caused us to rethink and ask questions is, how do you establish relevance in a dynamic, always on, you know, 6 hours online, a few hours on a social site. So all those, and the dynamics of a changing commercial world, how people actually transact, how they convert, where they buy, how they buy. So for me, if I think about that, how do you establish cultural relevance? Well, that's through different channels now. So we have to rethink our branding model, how we're connecting, where we're connecting. So the what is kind of the same. Right. The how is what's changing dramatically. Where do you access? How do they access culture, and how are you feeding into that? It's a big conversation for us. But also, some of the fundamentals. How do they access distribution and availability of your products? Well, that's completely changed again. Again, especially, you know, a few years ago, we were thinking, well, no one's ever going to go online and buy candy. Well, guess what? They are. And we had to rethink our offering, our portfolio, our whole SKU list in a digital environment has completely changed. So that's changing. And then I think just the commercialization aspect as well. And I think the other thing I'd bring up is, if you think about back to AI just for a second, it's kind of, I think about it a bit of a continuum, maybe overly simplistic, from precision to productivity to creativity. And I think right now, you know, we're starting to understand through some of the audience enhancement work we've done in media with our partners like Google and others on how to unlock precision, addressability, and using AI tools to do that. And I think we're all working on that one way or another and getting better returns. So we are seeing better performance and better ROIs when we get into the world of addressability driven and supported by AI tools. But then as we move into the world of, I guess, move into productivity, I think about our asset management systems. That's the big one for me, because your asset management system, well, it links to Google's cloud, or the Gemini cloud, or the Adobe tool, or this and that. And I start to think about, well, there's a whole lot of risk in there. So there's a bunch of productivity, there's a bunch of opportunity, and there's a lot of risk of what you're pulling down. Back to, can you put a human in the loop? Really? Really? Because the objective is dynamic optimization. So how does that even work? Now, back to Mitch's point earlier, I think AI can help us, because it's like any tool. It can be used for good or for bad. And how can we get smarter and invest with our partners to develop that knowledge? Because I sit here, learning every day, and then getting quite depressed about what I still don't know.
Which goes to the whole evolution
of
the
space. So look, that's kind of a headline for me, but just to open it up.
Yeah, it makes sense. Just to warn you, I will come back for questions from the audience as well. So if you want to start formulating those questions, I'll start picking on you relatively soon. I guess for me to answer one of your points and questions, I think I often see marketers, when I go more broadly into kind of that world, that forget about the duality of actions in both kind of, if you think in terms of offense and defense, that you're trying to grow your installed user base, penetration, and you want to grow your share, you want to grow your market, but also defensive actions in terms of defending what you've already won. And there tends to be a bit of a split in those. So maintaining that duality, ambidexterity is important. And similarly, and just to your point in choice, maybe I'll share a term that I personally enjoyed in reading through the literature. It's a promiscuous loyalty. You have a set of things that you shop within, but you're not necessarily loyal to one that it's a 100% share of consumption.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I think the concept of loyalty in the way that perhaps it used to be defined is now fairly outdated, actually. And, fundamentally, it's a balancing act, because what you need to do to grow your brand, or one of the levers you have, is to get more people to understand your brand and to want it more. Everybody might have a bit of that in them, a bit of predisposition, if you like. The job of a marketer, I guess, is to raise the predisposition of more people towards the brand. And, as you say, Rankin, that's not just about being mentally available, it's also about the physical availability, which might change with, retail changes and with different audiences that you're trying to attract. I think one starting point that's really important is emotive clarity for your brand, which is much underestimated. Having a clear idea of what your brand stands for, what it means to people, and how they feel about it. And, emotion generally as well is something that, we've talked about a lot fairly recently. Amazing new technologies available to look at how people react to advertising, how they think about it. And I think perhaps that's been underestimated in digital advertising, which has been treated probably over the last 15 years as a more sort of mechanical way of doing things. And I think there is a risk with AI that we're, just banging out some ads and hoping they work. Understanding how consumers react to them can be done at speed and at scale. And it's super important, because that reinforces the emotional or the emotive clarity that the brand has.
Yeah. Just to build on that, I've been having moments in the last probably 12 months around getting obsessed with versions, getting obsessed with multiplicity. So I can address every possible opportunity, regardless of the quality of the content. Not regardless of the quality. I mean, I care about content, obviously. I've sort of built a career on it, so hopefully. But you lose sight of that. Yeah. And you start to, the tool of the technology becomes the thing versus what's the idea, what's the central story. But, you grow up telling stories in one way as an industry, and then you have to learn to tell them in different ways, in different architectures. And maybe that's the big thing for me is, what's the architecture that we're going to do to unlock the levers of growth you're talking about, Jane? And I think that's one of the biggest shifts, is to understand that balancing act. And the role that the different touch points actually play in activating for growth. And that's the work that we're learning through right now. That's quite quite important.
Yeah, just wanted to bring in, there's an audience question that related to this notion of velocity that you brought up, Jane, as well, and you touched on in this rapid evolution. How do you feel about brands that that end up taking, let's call it extreme actions in terms of protecting and maintaining equity, especially when it starts touching product line, that you, how rapidly do you need to iterate through that product line that's supporting that brand? If something doesn't immediately sell, do you just kill that product and move on to maintain the equity?
Well, you can prevent that from happening in the first place by thoughtfully looking at how you find new space, I think. You know, this is one of the advantages we have collectively as an industry. We have lots of data at our disposal. We have data science techniques, we have analytics techniques that can help predict. So, you know, whilst we may think that brands need to operate and innovate at the speed of culture, finding new space, I think, has to be very thoughtful and very strategic, and, you know, it has to be incremental as well. You don't want to cannibalize your existing business. So, you know, understanding what might work and what might not is something that can be done at the core of, you know, managing brands. Testing it, seeing what happens, predicting volumes, doing small pilots, for example, and, you know, making sure that the innovations and the way that brands find new space is actually meeting new needs and occasions, for example. So it needn't be left to chance.
And I think increasingly, that's the other, I talk about precision to productivity. I mean, part of that is the speed at which, the speed of technology allows us to both create propositions, research them, and sprint on them very quickly to learn a great deal. You know, we're increasingly going to fan communities and, you know, testing things out with those groups and getting really high quality input. But it's a scale, it used to be qualitative and a bit focus groupy, but now you can scale it and get sort of, turn that to quant. So you kind of get the richness of their input from somebody who actually cares about your brand, which I'm always amazed by. I always think people don't care what we do, but actually some of them do. But you're engaging with them around propositions, data-driven, but the acceleration power of both what you can create to share and innovate and iterate in real time is brilliant. So we are moving on that basis quite a bit as we learn and try to get smarter about the choices we make.
And so it's really exciting. It seems to map to an evolution and changing how the branding management is done in the company as well. With that evolution capabilities, transformation of data sources. I think I saw one question. Roy, go ahead.
Thank you. So Mitch was worried about the fact that we're building the future based on historical data. Let's look a little bit into the future. We covered in the first session, okay, a lot of content being generated on AI. And in the second one, I think we could have covered a bit on how hyper-personalization might be able to solve the diversity bit. But now if we look into the future and the fact that content generation had changed, content consumption is continuously changing with media channels lines being extremely blurred, where do you think the future of brand strategy going in that new, or how do you predict brand strategy will change based on how the technology is changing into the future, not today?
Yeah, I mean, my quick one on that is you do worry that you're at such a high level on some of this stuff, and there's so much we don't know that it just all ends up being platitudes. But I think what we're talking about shifting is, you know, personalization at scale. What does it actually mean, and what is the practical application of that? Because the more data we get, the more we know, the more we can shape what you want. Now, the other side of that is what we saw earlier, which is, so I'm personalizing in a backward-looking large language model that's putting bias into systems. So do you want that personalization? Maybe you do. You know, is the echo chamber where you actually want to receive your messages from people who look, feel, and talk like you? So that's a whole crazy set of questions. So personalization at scale, unlocking, you know, we're talking a lot about two-way relationships and ecosystems with no dead ends. So for us, that's a breakthrough in terms of going from one transaction to a cumulative set of transactions where there's value created. And does your offering and your value proposition merit consumers' time and money? So we're more and more seeing brand worlds being built where people are spending hours at a time gaming. People are spending 30 hours in one run of a game versus 15 hours 10 years ago. Why? Because the content is so rich, the experience is phenomenal. And by the way, that's linking them to all other aspects, many other aspects of their experience. And then probably finally I talk about, and this is the one where we're most nervous, but we have to go there, opening up to co-creation and working with our fans and communities to unlock that. And I think if we're not thinking about those things and learning in those spaces, I think we'll fall behind. And my biggest worry is all of you are working on this as well. And so is every competitor in the room. And I think it is a bit of a race without getting caught up in the shiny new thing and making sure that you haven't lost your way, because that's my big worry is, it's a bit like I have PTSD from the metaverse. It's like, oh. And there's people sitting on the stage 2 years ago, chief metaverse officer, this, that, and the other thing. Well, they're not here anymore, by the way. Maybe some of you, I don't know. But, so those are the things you worry about. Anyway, sorry.
Just to add to your point, I think there was a big hoo-ha about, digital content optimization maybe 6-7 years ago. There was a big incursion into it, a bit like the metaverse 2-3 years ago. It wasn't really possible at that time because the technology wasn't there to support it. And now it is. I would urge a word of caution, actually. Just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should. And just because something is efficient doesn't mean it's effective. To your point about personalization at scale, we must not forget the role of the collective in marketing. The feeling that we're all joining in with something, that we all belong, that we're all part of something that other people like too, and perhaps they all like it at the same time, is something that TV advertising, still does to an extent, just probably to fewer people. But we mustn't forget that. And, it's something that, obviously that balance that marketers need to achieve, it does vary by category enormously. And so the concept of, growing penetration, you have to think of successful operationalization that will work at scale, not just one-to-one. And, there's still a question in my mind about sort of hyper-targeting and hyper-personalization, about whether it's actually worth it. I think, the core is about predisposing more people. You have to get general level of, collective understanding, mental availability for your brand up for more people. Does not necessarily equate to needing to personalize to them. I think depending on your category, obviously, there will be categories that need to do more sort of performance-related type of marketing. You don't need to start there. You need to get the general level of consumers understanding your brand better, and then you top up where needed. I think that there's a big danger with AI that we go down a route of, hyper-personalized marketing that would just turn into kind of wallpaper.
And that's kind of why I talk about, exactly for those reasons, what's your architecture? The world of, are you a brand builder or a performance marketer? I mean, that's a sort of an irrelevant question. I think the answer is going to be both. And what's the mixture for your industry, for your category, for your growth algorithm to unlock that? And I think that's the conversation we're really in, because one-to-one, I'll never make money at one-to-one. Like, it's preposterous, right? So what's from mass reach to mass customization to talking to communities and fans? Well, then I've got some space to work with, and it's a bit more economically sensible, if nothing else.
I'll lean into a question that showed up on Menti that is related to this. Their question is around an explosion of channels and environments for competition. But that is also related to an explosion of communities of different sizes. If you're talking about market penetration, then that's multiple geographies and all sorts of different kind of slices of the market that you might want to consider that you're reaching through different channels, whether it's gaming, whether it is VR, whether it is the dead metaverse or whatever it might be, right? Or an evolution as metaverse becomes relevant again. Just the considering it as like, you're now facing then a multi-domain sort of competition that you have to manage across all of these communication channels while respecting your architecture and your domain. How do you start thinking about this competition at scale, at the size that the companies and brands that we're speaking of, that you maintain, I think Mitch brought up this idea of consistency across all of those and maintaining that your brand is relevant and consistent throughout, while you still maintain your relevance and a relevant competition across all of those slices. How do you manage that complexity?
I think the first thing I'd just say is measurement is critical, because part of the problem we all have is that there are places where we're comfortable and we have quality and viable, proven metrics that give us confidence, and then there's a whole bunch of areas where we're exploring. And we've all been at that meeting where you're saying, no, I want to go invest in this channel, et cetera, and what's the business case? And I don't have the data, but trust me, we're going to test and learn and all these good things. Does AI accelerate your capability to do these measurements? Yes, it probably does. But I think I come back to, it's the same old game. We're prioritizing based on the data we have and the business cases we can make, and there's nothing new in that. So if your question is about how do you react to that, I think you've got to have, we talk a lot about 70, 20, 10. We want to be in 70% proven. I think a lot of people would be working on this basis. 70% of what we do is proven, and we can measure it, and we are confident in the returns it's generating and the growth it's creating. 20%, we're experimenting with some level of measurement capability, but we know it's not enough, and we've got data and analytics partners who are helping us through that, and some of our, again, partners at Google and the like who are helping us measure these things more effectively. And then we've got 10%, which is just Wild West. Have a go and just make a mistake. Hopefully you don't hurt anybody or hurt the brand, or you might get fired. But that's kind of how we think about it. I don't know if that's helpful. But.
Okay. So I'm conscious of our time left. So I'm also very aware that as marketers, we'd like to take our toys and toss them away and just look for the new shinies. Okay. And we've had a huge discussion about how everything changes and branding's changing. So the tension might be people to say, I'm going to forget everything I know and just do new branding, whatever that is. So from your perspective, parting wisdom, what do you think managers should think about and consider, and what should marketers have in their heads when they think about brand?
I think one of the things is, longevity. Not everything has to be flash in the pan. I think there are lots of shiny new toys that absolutely marketers do need to play with and have a look at and see how effective they are. But we need to remember that obviously those channels need to be customized to, but you also need to have your brand recognizable across all of them. But I think how you have a long-term strategy with slightly shorter term activation is probably the balancing act that lots of CMOs are facing today.
Brilliant, thank you. And
the obvious is everything you're doing in service of growth, and can you measure the impact, obviously. Consistency, cultural relevance, that's not changed. I think great brands and famous brands have brand power. I think the numbers bear it out. And then the last thing is, what's your appetite for learning? And assume you are going to, half of what you know today will be irrelevant in 2 years. So what are you learning tomorrow? And what have you learned this month, this week, today? Because honestly, that's the only thing that's going to keep us going.
Well, thank you so much. A thank you, please, for my panel.
Thank you very much. For the record of anyone whose spouse is watching from home, promiscuous loyalty is a marketing term only. Before we head to lunch, we have one last panel, and I guarantee you it's worth your time. We have some really interesting content to go over. And so I'm going to ask my panelists to join me right away. Come on up on stage. So join me, please, Letitia Roust of L'Oreal, and you, Perry from WPP, who you've met earlier. We're going to dive right in because we have a lot to cover. I thought it was really interesting in the previous panel, this idea of human beings and their impact on AI and the importance of having real controls around this. And it made me think of, at the beginning of the web, when there was the democratization of tools, and we all celebrated that. And as someone who grew up in the news industry, right, I was at the New York Times for 13 years, I'm very happy that the tools were democratized. I don't think news should have been democratized. right? I can buy a paintbrush, it does not make me Edward Hopper. And I can buy a scalpel, but trust me, no one wants me doing surgery. So excuse me, the fact that the tools are available doesn't really mean that everyone should be controlling them. Real professionals with a real sense of ethics need to be at the helm. And that's why I wanted to have the discussion that we're having today, because the work that is being done between your two organizations is very special and unique. And I'm not just saying that because you're sitting next to me. I know you got to see the Perry and Seth show earlier, and trust me, we have more show for you. But I'd like to, before we get to you, Perry, talk a little bit about Letitia and what you're doing at L'Oreal. You know, for those who have been longtime supporters of FOMI, and thank you, we had our first ever official FOMI event not on this campus earlier this year, or late last year, I guess, in New York City at Google headquarters. And thank you, Ariane and our partners Google, for hosting us. And while we were there, Letitia's US counterpart, Han Wen, was on stage speaking about this idea of L'Oreal as a technology company. L'Oreal as a company that wants to be very entrepreneurial and wants to fail quickly. And I see that when we were talking as well. And as I understand it, L'Oreal was even just a headline brand at CES.
Yes.
Can you please, how does a beauty brand become a technology entrepreneurial brand?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and I think it stems from this tradition of innovation at L'Oreal. Honestly, the company's been around for 120 years now, and it was created by an engineer. It was always, for the longest time, we were always investing in engineers, in technology. So hair color technology, it might make you laugh, versus the internet or these kind of technologies, but it was always in the DNA of the brand to be a technology company. And then about a little bit more than 10 years ago, we decided that, you know, it was not about products only. Beauty is also about experiences, about connecting. And technology was a huge enabler for that. And so, yes, about 10 years ago, our CEO, it always comes from the top at a company like L'Oreal. I mean, at least for us, it's quite centralized, even if I'll explain that there are like pockets of freedom everywhere. But I think 10 years ago, 20 years ago now, between the two, our CEO said we have a state of digital emergency. Like we need to really reinvest and really understand the digital world. And so that was, you know, beginning of internet, and we started like hiring people, we started training people, and it was this massive like change in the organization. And then just 2-3 years ago, we did create the chief metaverse officers and all these things. And I do have PTSD there too. But I think it was this great idea that we would lean into these new technologies. And from that, we've learned how to do gaming better. We've learned how to, you know, create universes for our brands. So I think there's still something to learn from that. And just right now, with this revolution of AI, same thing. We decided that we had to lean in, that it could actually bring a lot to our company, and that it could also free time for what matters the most, like conversations we've had before. So we did create a task force on AI. We have a whole team with like partners, and Perry will talk about that, with agencies, a whole ecosystem to help us define and frame what we can do with AI, but also, you know, measure the risk, find the right use cases, and upskill our organization. And that's a little bit where we are today. So yes, we call ourselves, we've crafted this word of beauty tech, so we call ourselves a beauty tech leader. And I think it's an interesting take on what an innovative company can be, and you know, what we stand for right now.
I never knew I needed hyaluronic acid, right? Until L'Oreal taught me that I did. Right, and so.
The metaverse officer, by the way, is fantastic. She is brilliant, Camille. She's
Is
really
she in the
good.
metaverse
I
right
work
now?
with her every day, almost every week. She's amazing.
She's back to innovation or something, but like.
But
So-
she is fantastic.
So, and
Yeah.
I think we can't be embarrassed by that. If anything, we should celebrate that. The fact that we are exploring new technology is exactly what we're here for. And that means sometimes figuring out what doesn't work or what needs to work in different ways. And if it were easy, everybody would be doing it, right? And this was my point around the democratization of tools is one step, and then the path diverges between those who are willing to do the diligence and actually figure out how to use it right. I'm very interested, Letitia, in your company has been public in saying you're not going to use Gen AI people synthetic humans in ads, and yet AI is still informing a lot of your creative process. Can you tell us more about that?
And again, it's a learning process. I think we've started with Gen AI, and immediately we prompted the different platforms, the different tools. We even have an internal platform that we call L'Oreal GPT that's built on these different models. And so we prompted them, and obviously a lot of our marketers came with beautiful human-like faces, hair, etc. And we would apply products to this, and it would be so fun and so easy and quite compelling. But very quickly we realized that it was not what we wanted to do, and we had lots of conversations with this group, with this task force that was created, about the danger of it, and because we were learning about it, and we are all about beauty. At the end of the day, is a very human experience. Beauty is about your self-confidence, it's about your connection to others, how you appear every day, and we thought that it was, if we were starting to go down that way of synthetic human in advertising, it was too deceiving, it was too misleading, and so we said, we can't do that. That part we won't do. It doesn't mean that we're not working on this, and it doesn't mean that it's not an inspiration internally in our creative process right now. We use a lot Gen AI to actually produce visuals for our teams, to do storyboarding, to prepare what could be, to do concept boards, etc. So we have it, but we don't think it's the right thing to put it out there. And again, I don't mean to say that it will be the same thing in 10 years. I mean, it might change. We might have guardrails, we might have the right labels on these images that allow us to say it and to use it in 2, 5, 10 years. But for now, we've decided that in our set of rules that we've put out there, synthetic humans wouldn't be pushed out by L'Oreal, especially to show the result of a product.
And let's actually guarantee everyone that it will change.
Right?
Yes, it's not
it could.
If, right? It absolutely will change. And that, by the way, that's good news for marketers. It keeps us all employed, right? Is that it's always going to be changing. And the idea is to always be hungry for that information and to be coming together to talk about it. I think back to years ago, and I think it was L'Oreal early on that did a lot in terms of virtual trying on of cosmetics. And now we see that pervasively, right? And so when you're looking at that and you're thinking of the technological use, say a little more about how you're structuring the company. And what you're doing in terms of creating that task force.
And so, especially on the AI, I mean, what you're referring to is very true. It's it was the beginning of this realization around we're more than products, we're products and experiences. So we're going to create what we call services, tools, to help our consumers use our products, try them on. So yes, virtual try-on, shade finder for your foundation, different shade finder for your hair, etc. So lots of tools have been out there. We have now skin doctor, tools to analyze the age of your skin or tell you what age you are. I won't do it on you, don't worry.
Your products were great, I'm 92.
Okay, good. Fantastic, that's what I wanted. So that was through the first part of beauty tech was very much on that. And then with AI, because this is the topic we're talking about today, I think it's we're looking at it in two different ways. We have a set of tools or AI tools that will help us for efficiency and that we're already using this way. So, and I'm not even talking about pure AI, but purely Gen AI this time. So not the media AI tools, but purely in Gen AI, everything around versioning, creating different versions of assets, different copy, translations, all of that, which is really the more low-value part of the creative process. So we have these set of tools that we're experiencing with, that we have some internally, to create pack shots, for instance. Now we have all of our pack shots can be generated in 3D with the right background. So we have these tools, and we're going to continue using them either with partners or internally. And then we have Gen AI at the service of more creativity. And so it can be inspiration, what I mentioned earlier, around inspiring our teams when they're in the creative process together with our creative directors, our agencies. So what kind of inspiration can we have with Gen AI, by, again, storyboarding, concept boardings, etc. And then purely creative products that will be out there in advertising. And that's amazing too, because it broadens the spectrum of creative that we can push out there. So we're starting to have some advertising that are using parts and pieces of Gen AI assets, etc. And so, and not synthetic humans, but so these are the two big buckets, I think, the tools for efficiency in the creation, in the creative process, and really the pure inspiration and creative tools.
And so you talked a bit about the internal structure, but also about working with partners.
Yeah.
I know that together, L'Oreal and WPP created a lab. And it used to be that everyone said they had a lab, right? Every media company would bring you into a room. It would have 3 digital output screens showing some metrics, and they would call it a lab. I did it too. All right, and you would call everyone into the lab, and you would talk about the future. This is something different. Perry, talk to us about that a little bit. And I think you have some examples.
Yeah. I mean, this lab had NVIDIA in it as well, which was helpful.
That would be probably a bit more complex, yes.
That was useful, to
Yes.
be honest. Yeah, I do. I have some examples of some of the stuff we've done. So, we wanted to do people, partners, and another P, which we'll show at the end. I've been, as I said, working on this challenge for sort of 3 or 4 years. I think technology partners, are a fantastic asset to both brands and agencies in general. And this was a piece of work in 2020, which dates it a little bit, looking at automation and advertising. So, here we'd trained an AI on about 20,000 images of parrots. This was actually the genesis of the conservation AI work you saw a little earlier. So you've got a human who does a quick sketch of a parrot, and then, the bird appears in about 3 or 4 seconds. We have very few artists at WPP capable of doing this. About 45,000 artists work for us, and very few could do that without that tool. But because it's AI, you also get to see parrots that couldn't have existed in the real world. So this is a square one, and a perfectly circular one. I was new in my role with a title that didn't make any sense to anybody, and just between us, custom job titles at WPP were banned for 6 months after I took my role, which wasn't what Mark said in the earnings call last year. But they were like, keep the circular parrot quiet. Microsoft wanted to put this in their headquarters. They loved it so much, they made a big one. And they needed NVIDIA's permission because it was their code. And it turned out NVIDIA absolutely loved the circular parrot. They thought that was the best piece of data science they'd seen in ages. And they said, come and have a look at something else we've got. And it was this 3D tool called Omniverse. At that time, only 1 or 2 clients, so they had Norman Foster and Volvo. We were the 3rd company to get involved with this technology with them. It's based on USD. It's a Pixar technology. USD will be as big as AI in the next 10 years. It's the HTML of the industrial metaverse. And we worked with them for a number of years, for 2 or 3 years, on photorealistic 3D, particularly in automotive. So you would be able to see cars driving through these massive 3D environments. And to create these environments, we bought Spot, the first robot in advertising, and would take him out on shoots. He has his LiDAR on his head. He would scan these environments for these cars to basically drive through virtually with sustainable production, basically, we were doing. And then ChatGPT and Midjourney came out, and a lot of our clients went and made themselves some ads and wrote themselves a strategy in ChatGPT and came back to us and said, well, we shouldn't be paying you anywhere near this much money. And we said, have you looked carefully at the ads, And what they saw were these inconsistencies, obviously, in their logos. And in fact, that Google logo is interesting because it's a mashup of all the logos that Google has had for the last 15 years, which is a good example of how this goes wrong, really. We can actually legally mess up your logos. It's a bad idea, and I do have colleagues who've been fired, sadly, for that. Someone who put an iPhone screenshot in a BlackBerry ad and deeply regretted it. But it is actually not illegal. For us to get a product wrong, so if we sold something that was, if we put something in an ad that was half the size in the ad than it was in real life, that is a regulatory offense, and the ad would be taken down very, very quickly. And it turned out that those 3 years we'd been working on this sort of technology with NVIDIA held the answer to that problem. So we actually would render these products in 3D and then place the generative AI backgrounds around the outside. And in fact, NVIDIA is a twin business, right? It has one half, which is metaverse and graphics and gaming, and another half, which is AI and optimization. So this was not an accident. In many ways, NVIDIA itself is bringing those 2 sides of its business together. And if you watch their keynotes, and actually why I work so closely with Camille, because a lot of what we do is actually in the 3D and AR space around this technology. We decided we would bundle that into a content engine, and you may have seen, this is where I disappeared, by the way, Andrew, for about a year. It was basically this. And then, there was quite a lot of attention on this. And we decided we would form a joint lab with NVIDIA, so with L'Oreal. So it was L'Oreal, NVIDIA, and WPP. Mars, actually, is on that list as well. Because L'Oreal has extremely high bar for the quality of the ads. Getting L'Oreal's logo wrong is a really bad idea, really, really bad. And it's also a product that has a lot of reflection and needs to sort of look perfect. So we created these really beautiful things together. I would say that a lot of what we're talking about here in generative AI is a technical challenge that in many cases remains to be solved, right? One of the things we talked about earlier about the danger of AI, this thing progresses much more slowly than you would think watching the news and reading LinkedIn. These things are really hard. They're really hard to get right and to look good. Moving image, we're still years away from decent moving image. Sora, they're like teasing it, but it would really struggle to do anything like this. So that takes partners, NVIDIA, Google, we announced it next, another major project. So we work very closely with technology companies. The people side of things, it's our point of view that the more of this stuff that we create, the more content and the more we bring the cost of content creation down, the more there is out in the world, the more we're going to need to cut through that noise. I mean, brands pay us, especially in the creative agencies, for attention. They don't pay us for stuff. They pay us for sales. And sales, attention is what drives sales, And I think we see a definite difference between automation and industrializing content, which is still very valuable. I mean, thousands of SKUs, especially in e-commerce, very complex, different markets, automotive, increasingly beauty and CPG and retail. But we also need to go out and build brands and build love for brands. And that takes work like this for Serena Williams, for Nike, AKQA. When she retired, we trained an AI so she could play herself 20 or 30 years earlier. That won a Grand Prix at Cannes for that work. And really, we're thinking about who is going to be making that type of work. I'll have another attempt to play Gen AI to see if that works.
Hi, it's me, Jennifer Lopez, Chief Celebration Officer of Virgin Voyages, here to invite you to celebrate. So come, celebrate
your anniversary, your birthday, or just generally being fabulous.
Really, Kyle?
It's good, right?
Gen AI is supposed to be inviting people to Virgin Voyages, not doing whatever that was. Just give me that. As I was saying,
why not celebrate on an
award-winning voyage
with Michelin-starred, chef-curated menus,
world-class destinations, award-winning...
Boring! I'll hop in there. I'll hop right in that suit.
So supple.
I can't watch this. Give it to me. There's no kids here. That's all you need to know.
No kids!
Oh, can I live there?
Gen AI. Invite your crew to voyage. Create your custom invite at virginvoyages.com.
It's not just a yacht, it's a super yacht.
So I did want to play that. That was worth the second attempt, right? This stuff builds brands. That did not cost a huge amount of money. Yes, it cost a huge amount of money relative to the amount of sales. Welcome to Havon. Call me afterwards. It worked. That was advertising that really worked, And I think we don't see technology is the deliverer of that idea, but not the originator. And we really see the originator of that idea as the talent. And I said before, I invest as much out of the R&D budget in talent as I do in automation and industrial technology. So the way we do that is through this WP Creative Technology Apprenticeship. This is us in the basement. We hire 15 to 20 people on an annual basis from underrepresented backgrounds in AI and tech. We're hidden in the basement because we kept the whole thing secret for a little bit, but now everyone thinks it's a brilliant idea. And our partners, so NVIDIA particularly, but also Epic and Adobe, help to train, basically help to train this next generation. And I will call out that Mars have hired the apprentices that have come out of last year's program, so a massive shout out to them. But the course looks a little bit like this. They do creative coding, generative AI for 3 months, and then really crucially, the point I want to get to now, they're trained by I shouldn't call them clients because you're partners, especially here. So Coca-Cola, L'Oreal, and Unilever in this case, and they set these challenges. This is, I don't know if Lex is watching, but Lex is a long-time FOMI partner. So he set them the challenge of designing and launching a brand in 4 weeks, and has played this fantastically tough fair but brilliant client to them. So this is some of their work coming up with a brand.
We'll
here.
send him the video in Singapore, I'm sure.
But for Coca-Cola, I did want to just call out this. First of all, the idea that you can even design and launch a brand in 4 weeks is quite amazing, full stop. And we didn't even need to tell this group of people to use generative AI. They instinctively did it. This was Ba Ping. It's an idea for Coca-Cola, for China. A third of our cohort is Chinese. There's a trend at the moment in China for fine porcelain and traditional craft amongst young people. And they wanted to kind of catch hold of that trend and design a brand around that. So you can just about see they did a lot of work with Adobe on this, really fine porcelain effect in the can. Coca-Cola loves this so much, their CMO is actually exploring putting it out for real into the market. If you'd done this in the traditional way, that trend would have been long gone by the time you'd managed to get something out the door. So I think the real value for generative AI that we've shown with this exercise is in fact speed as much as cost. But this also is beautiful work. So Lex the year before had a look around for some evergreen business challenges at L'Oreal, and one of them was selling fragrance online. It's a difficult thing to sell in e-commerce because it's such a sensorial product. So he set the challenge, and one of the teams, a pair of women, had this brilliant idea of turning the fragrance descriptions on the bottles into images with generative AI. So this was a print campaign they basically came up with. Also a good translation tool, because you don't need to understand their language to kind of get that. This was really early, just as Firefly had been released. So, this was kind of this. I love this work, and I think it speaks to having different voices and people in the industry making work, right? And I think in some ways, I know Mitch does brilliant work in this area. You've got to intervene sometimes to get that to happen. If you leave it, you won't find the right people in the buildings, at the desks, making the work, and that's what this was basically about. And one of the reasons we have an NVIDIA WPP L'Oreal lab is because Asmita, who had 2 days of people pitching, all the companies, all the holding companies, all the consultancies, WPP was the only one that showed anything like this. And the faces of the people who'd done it. And she said, that's what L'Oreal is really about. And, so that was the genesis of the lab and the reason they decided to invest again in keeping the apprenticeship going.
So can I ask you a question about that? Because you focused earlier on the speed to market. I was reading just this week that great advertising CEO these days, Ryan Reynolds, gave a speech saying that the future is what he called, and this has to be the worst portmanteau I've ever heard, fast-vertising, meaning that we should be using AI to instantly respond to social media trends, to cultural trends, not in the way that your team just did, but that basically the technology writes the ad, we're hands-off, and it instantly, as I understood his statement, it instantly creates thousands of iterations of ads and pumps it out there. What's different between that theory and this that you're doing here with AI?
I still think there is a place for that, genuinely, especially in car configurators and these kind of areas. That makes tons of sense, to be able to do that and to just keep making what those things are better. Ideally, keep them relevant and keep the empathy in there and just improve that technology. And I think, we've been serving up dynamic advertising now for a decade, and we've probably been anything we've done in digital has had control over it that wasn't there in TV. And so, to me, it's a continuation of all of that work, but it doesn't stop the need for this.
Is this the new dunk in the dark?
No, I think this is, Gen AI is definitely part of that 10%, that Rankin was talking about before, right? It's definitely part of your, this is my belief that people will love this thing, and they did. But we've definitely chosen one of the most successful creative pieces of work we've done of the year and showed you, that's the thing, and same here, it's not always like that. But I think you will always, as a brand, need to take some risks with, I call them risks, but leaps, Cool, and then finally, I didn't have time to change it to puppy. I couldn't think of a third P word, but you should have been partners, people, and puppies.
And puppies.
It's a bit big for a puppy. So yeah, this was Spot, the first robot at WPP, the first creative robot actually in the ad industry at all. And many robots have appeared in films, but actually this is also the first one who's been used to kind of create film. And I was at a symposium here a couple of years ago, right before we bought Spot. And I said, I'm going to get this robot. And everyone said, don't believe you. And I said, it's true, I will. And actually one person did believe me, which was Lex. He said, first of all, I will say our Spot is a celebrity. So, I mean, he's met Paris Hilton and, Brie Larson. Anyone who's sort of scared of Spot or whatever, our one is all about cocktail parties and making films. But Lex said, I would love you to bring Spot to L'Oreal headquarters in London. And I was like, oh, that. And it was for Christmas, and he said, I want to dress him as a reindeer. And I was like, okay. Let's hope Spot doesn't take over the world one day. But I do remember thinking, I'm not sure. I mean, there are industries where you would think Spot would be traditionally at home, so JLR or, these BAE or these types of businesses. And I was like, L'Oreal could cause a bit of a fuss. My wife is a little concerned about Spot in the house. But we did take him to L'Oreal headquarters dressed as a reindeer. I refused to dress as a reindeer, I might add. I said, you can take Spot, but I will not. And we delivered chocolates around L'Oreal headquarters. And instead of everybody running away, which is what I was partially worried about, it is a universal truth that people love dogs, no matter what they are, no matter what they're made of. It doesn't matter if they're made of solid steel and run off lithium batteries. People absolutely adore Spot. And, he walked the corridors of L'Oreal. Some people were a little surprised when they came around the corner of the corridor and found Spot. I will not deny that. But it helped. He was giving out chocolate, obviously. I think this says a lot about the type of business L'Oreal is. And I've actually been on stage for 10 years talking about L'Oreal being that type of business. And the work we did with Camille, the Chief Metaverse Officer, for Jensen's keynote this year was seen by 40 million people. And he loves, actually, that he gets to talk about something that isn't a car company or a container ship business. And I think any brand who feels like they can't be a technology brand should look at what L'Oreal has done and be inspired.
Agreed.
So, are you going to open the door?
Do you have a special guest? Let me see who's here. Does anyone want to know who the special guest is?
So just for a second. Imagine you're a 2-year-old child and you're faced with a very, very large number of people. So everybody is not going to make any loud noises or any of these kind of things. Spot is a 60-kilo industrial robot, so everybody is going to keep relatively kind of... Okay, Spot, this is a lot of people. So he's been heavily modified for film. Spot's traditional role is very repetitive. So he would work in oil rigs and these kind of things, looking largely for problems in machinery. But ours is a very different machine because we take him out on film, so his job is to scan these sets, and many of these sets he'll never have seen before, right? And for that reason, we've worked with NVIDIA on really kind of he's quite self-aware. Now, I'm not going to turn that on here because that would be an extremely dangerous thing to do. But he has a digital leash. You can't see it, but it sits between the me and Spot. And were I to take that off, he would be wandering all around here. We've done a lecture before where we had him up the stairs. My colleague Kat is the robotics expert, so I'm not going to attempt to do that. But our Spot, in fact, does do something quite special. He has had his dancing SDK unlocked. So Boston Dynamics have done a series of adverts in the US where they wanted to show the dexterity of their robot through dance. And we thought that would be good to have a look at. So Spot, for you all now, is going to do a couple of dances, and you'll get to see the range of his motion. Hey, so that's one. Clap for Spot. And then this is, this is his other. Now, I will say that Kat, who's normally here, she's working for Coca-Cola in Prague right now. She's doing a big presentation for them in Prague. She actually is a cyber choreographer. We hired her from NYU. So she does do the dance with him. I'm not going to do that. So, but I will say there's normally a duet that they kind of do together. But this is the other one. Now, he is going to jump on all 4 feet off the stage. Not that way, upwards. You'll be pleased to know. And he's 60 kilos, so there's going to be quite a loud noise when he does that, but I'm just giving you a quick prep. Yay. Okay, clap for Spot. Spot was the better part of about £200,000. And he has made more, many times that in the work he's done for us. It's not easy, even in advertising, especially in creative production where I work, to keep innovating and to push for these types of technologies and to get them made. But I think Spot represents what L'Oreal and WPP and NVIDIA have been really, really amazing at, which is pushing themselves forward. So that is, that is us. Thank you. Never before has someone started with 2 panelists and ended with 3. So thank you all very much. Thank you, L'Oreal. Thank you, WPP. Thank you, Spot. And I believe now we are breaking for lunch. Is that correct? So we are back at 2 p.m. Please, lunch is just outside the theater and in the main lobby. Please go and enjoy. There's a full lunch for you, and we'll see you back here in about 55 minutes.
Going to shift from talking about progressive marketing to talking about, I would say, related topic, but thinking about leadership in marketing and this notion of humanized growth. Now, what does that mean? Well, our next guest and speaker is going to tell you much more about that than I could certainly do justice. But by means of introducing this session, the topic, and indeed our speaker, Mark. Mark de Swan-Arens is the founder of, or co-founder of the Institute for Real Growth, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, and indeed some of your companies are partners in the Institute for Real Growth. Mark is also an associate fellow here with us at the Sci Business School and has been a big supporter of all of the work we've been doing in FOMI over many years now. It's been a real pleasure over the last year or so to work very closely with Mark and the team at the IRG on the IRG Impact Study, which Mark will touch on a little bit. We actually launched here back in, I think it was January, if I remember, in this room. But what we're going to do is really expand on that, which is all about how to basically shift from a focus on sort of shareholder supremacy in terms of value creation to multi-stakeholder perspectives on value creation, which is really what business should be doing, and we know it's good for business. So that's sort of the impact study. But then what we're going to focus on today is the leadership elements of that. So how do we actually take those principles, which Mark is going to start talking about, and get them into the marketing leaders of today and indeed the future. So the way it's going to work is Mark's going to talk about that for about 15 minutes or so. And then we actually have a little interactive activity for you, just to kind of liven you up for the afternoon. You'll all actually have a sheet of paper hidden inside your notepad in front of you if you haven't found it already. If you don't have it, we've got spare copies floating around. You won't need it for the first 10-15 minutes anyway, but that will be the sort of the interaction or discussion framework that we'll use for the session. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to you, Mark. And Mark's also in New York. We've got sort of the New York speakers for this session. Welcome virtually to the FOMI Symposium, Mark. And over to you.
Thank you, Andrew. Just checking you can hear me well?
We can.
All right. And just to answer your question, no, the weather in New York is absolutely miserable. Now, we can only see you. You've positioned the camera very strategically. So did all three people you promised show up for today's event?
Actually, only two, Mark. It's you, me, and right. Felipe and Seth. That's it. No one else. Now, we've got a room of a couple of hundred people here who will be hanging on every word you say.
You're absolutely nervous. Hello, everyone. It's really good to be with you. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but I'm going to share screen now and take you, as Andrew said, through a bit of an intro, and then we'd like to make it personal to you. And it's just a teaser of something that we do in the program that Oxford and the IRG run together. So let me try and make this share screen thing work. Ta-da! And I'd like a quick thumbs up from Andrew, who I can see. Yes, good. All right, so Andrew talked about the launch that we did earlier this year. That's quite right. And actually since then, the reason I'm in New York now is that I was in many of these places since then, and I promised my wife that if I was going to save my marriage, I would actually be in New York. So there's enough about my personal life. The impact study, I'm not going to repeat the findings of, except to just prime it to say, very much building on what you just heard in the previous session, that companies feel very much like they're being pulled into every which way. And every stakeholder is now louder, more demanding, and more powerful. Now, that's a business opportunity. Of course, it's mostly mentioned as a risk, but it actually, as the impact study shows, is an opportunity if you address it as such. And the data point on the right here shows that companies that approach stakeholder value creation as an opportunity, that mindset is prevalent among revenue growth over performance. In other words, winners think about it as an opportunity, losers think about it as a risk. And the impact study comes with this approach, if you like, roadmap for driving humanized growth, value for all stakeholders. And if you do that, what the data shows is very clearly that if you're great at sustained value creation for all stakeholders, you, this is of course correlation, not causality, but you absolutely correlate with the players that show superior revenue growth. In other words, it's good. Now, what I want to zoom into now is the leadership, the marketing opportunity. And why marketing? Because we bring something different to the C-suite, to the organization. The picture of the line here is because I think it actually is a great example to sort of tease apart marketers from the rest. Someone that is data-oriented may say that the chap with the silver suitcase and the blue top has about 10 people in front of him, and that might be good or bad, but it's a data point, and it's that. The insight that a marketer brings is that this person either feels good or bad about themselves, not based on the number of people in front of them, but actually based on the people behind them. If there are 200 people behind you in line, you feel great. In fact, you could have 50 people ahead of you, as long as there's a multiple of that number right behind you and it's moving. And that's something that a marketer brings to an organization. It's unique, and it comes with a whole set of skills around growth. Now that's good, because actually CEOs look, courtesy of McKinsey, to the CMO for growth. And the work that Felipe and the team have done as part of the impact study shows that CMOs actually see all the aspects on the left side of the slide here as one class of things. In other words, they're all together. It's an overall growth orientation. And again, that's important because also as marketers, we bring a perspective around the intangibles. And as you can see from this slide, the amount of value, the percentage of total value that a company is worth represented by intangibles has actually flipped from 17 to 90% of the value. So, we bring a perspective, for example, on measuring the value of growth that is very important to the organization. So marketing has a lot to bring to this party. Now, I mentioned this framework. I wanted to now make that personal to marketers and zoom in on, as Andrew said, the leadership. Because the first aspect is grounding the organization. Grounding itself in an understanding of what stakeholders think. All of these are pictures of CMOs that have actually done this for their organization, but I don't have enough time to go into those. But also grounding ourselves in what we stand for, the values as an organization that we bring. Often CMOs lead that discussion. And then reimagining the future and literally saying, what's the world we're going to be operating in? And that type of visioning is often what the CMO brings to the party. In this case, Norman de Greve, who was with CVS but then moved to General Motors. Bringing a holistic strategy together. Again, this is Sean Summers of Mercado Libre in Latin America. Really bringing that together and then explaining it to the IR community. And actually developing new growth strategies like Nissan here for second-hand EVs. Ultimately, organizing a system of what we call interdependence, collaboration. The data clearly shows that overperformers do that well. And that's internally, like for example, the CMO partnering with HR to do recruitment communication. Or the CMO partnering with research to actually do medical research like market research, or partnering with the CFO on storytelling so that the company gets its positioning and its purpose and its overall strategy clear and in an inspiring manner in front of the financial community, and partnering with the CEO on what we stand for as a company, because in this case, Haleon's, we might actually be going public at the London and the New York Stock Exchanges. But that's internal. It's also partnering externally, for example, with NGOs or with government, like in this case in South Africa, to create safe drinking spaces. All of these things are where marketers as leaders step up to help the company do this better. But what it requires, and that brings me to the fifth and final driver of humanized growth, is Da Vinci leadership. Now, how did we get to this term Da Vinci? It's work that we did with Oxford, Said and the B team and Spencer Stewart on a leadership profile that brings what Da Vinci does, left brain and right brain, But also what people don't know about Da Vinci is the humanist side. He was one of the founders of the humanist movement. So we look at the purpose of the leaders of the future, the attitudes and the behaviors that are prevalent among the leaders or that are being asked for in the leaders of the future, driving this more stakeholder-oriented growth. Now, this is the profile as it is, and of course we don't have time to go into it properly. Thank you, Andrew, for the 15-minute slot. But we're going to tease just one or two aspects out of it. One, for example, is open-minded. And this is a huge part of the IRG program, where we get people to listen differently. And what you see on the picture is actually Daphne Haley. She teaches this through the coaching around what do you see in a painting. We can do all the DEI work we want, but if we as leaders then listen in the same way to our own teams or to other parties that we're collaborating with, we will hear the same thing, a big aspect of the new leadership. Open-minded is also just getting out there, like the CMO of Coke, who says that 20% of his time is actually working with workers' councils around Europe for Coca-Cola to hear what's important to them. Courageous is another very important aspect. This is the CMO of Pepsi, who sadly had a tragic loss in his family, and decided rather than to sort of try and hide that and pretend everything was well, to completely open up about that and show vulnerability to a level that isn't normal in that organization. What he got in exchange was incredible loyalty and support, and it's a story well worth emulating. But also the leading change. I'm just pulling from the framework a big point. This is Susanna, who was the Chief Marketing Officer in Australia, and who literally led a whole new organization development for a bank by and for Indigenous community in Australia. It took a lot of change. As a leader and the CMO, she led that. And ultimately, one of the 10 aspects that are in this profile that you should have in front of you is building talent. Now that, of course, is a generic leadership trait that is an evergreen. It's not going to go away. But what we see is that the leaders that do this best succeed best. I took Antonio Lucio as an example because he was the CMO at HP. He then left and he started a leadership development for underrepresented minorities in marketing leadership. It was very successful. He did it with the Aspen Institute and Yale. Very, very impressive. And then HP just basically came to the conclusion they missed him too much and they tempted him to come back into the role. So these are the total profile list. I highlighted a few, but what I'd like to do now, and I can't see you, so Andrew, you're going to have to help a little with orchestration here. It's like I'd like to ask everyone to just try this. And I'm going to do the most difficult thing possible. I'm asking you to not talk to anyone for 5 minutes. I'm looking at the clock, so will Andrew. But can you take this piece of paper, and if you don't have it, stick up your hand and someone will hand you one. And brutally honestly, score yourself. Look at the 10 aspects here. 5 are attitudes, 5 are behaviors. We don't have time to go into your purpose. And score yourself 1 out of 5. 5 being, I can write the book. 1 being, this keeps coming up. When I wake up, I know I need to do this more. Or it's in every evaluation I ever hear. All right, I'm going to be quiet. And for the next 5 minutes, please fill this in. And then flip the page. And I'll help you in that in 3 minutes. But first now, score yourself. One more minute for scoring. Okay. Literally 10 seconds. Please score yourself. We're going to get into this now. Andrew, can I get a thumbs up?
All right, yeah.
And by the way, Andrew, I did your scoring, so don't worry. I'll just handle it.
Fantastic, good. One's on everything, right, Mark? That's one is good, no?
Yeah, exactly. One's perfect, Andrew. Everyone has their own scale. All right, so now, please remain silent for the next 3 minutes and write down the top 2 boxes. What I'm asking you to do is to select, of the 10 you've scored, select 3 that, given what you want to get done this year, you think is most important. Could be an attitude, could be behavior, and sorry for the American spelling, or it could be all of the above. Write down the 3 that are most important. You have 1 minute to choose 3. Okay, 10 seconds. Just finish the 3.
Everybody's furiously scribbling away, Mark. Maybe give us 30 more seconds. Hard choices to make here.
I think everybody knows in their gut what they are. All right, I am going to stop you now because it's not about getting it perfect. Because now, and this is important, and we will do this in the next 3 minutes, and then we're over with our individual work. I'm going to ask you to choose one. Because my gut instinct and experience is that everyone knows which one is most important. And I'm going to ask you to just brainstorm with yourself a little. Just choose one. And now think about how you could help yourself and others could help you grow in that area. Think about people that do this really well, that you admire, that you could learn from. Think about training that maybe you did 10 years ago and you know you've got it sitting on your shelf and all you need to do is go back and just reread your notes. Think about the conversations you could have with your team, or in fact with leaders that have been mentoring you. Think about how you could practice this slightly in a safe experience, or when you used to be really good at this. And what I'm asking you to do in the next 3 minutes is to write down 3 things that you could do as of today to make this important again. 1 attitude or 1 behavior. 3 more minutes in silence, and then I'll explain the rest. One more minute. Okay, so thank you for that. What I now would like to suggest is that we spend the next 10 minutes talking to someone that we don't know well. So if you're sitting next to somebody that's a colleague, turn the other way and very briefly introduce yourself. And literally, here's the drill. Take 5 minutes each. Spend 2 minutes explaining how you got to whatever the attitude or behavior is, and what you have yourself thought up as ways to make it important again. And then the other person, this is really important, don't waste any times on, oh yes, I have that too, or whatever. Just listen really, really intensively and let your heart speak. The only thing you need to say in the next 3 minutes is, have you considered, and give them additional ideas. Don't give an intro or an outro, just give them as many ideas as you have, if that was important to you. And if we spend 2 and then 3 minutes of have you experienced, and then we reverse roles, 2 minutes and 3 minutes, then we'll get back together, but we will have met someone new, hopefully, and we'll have some fresh ideas. All right, that starts now. Please introduce yourself and start.
so I think it's time. All right, give me my mic. Yeah, give me the mic up so I'll announce. Okay. All right, so it's time to switch if you haven't already. They're not listening to me. Oh, are they listening? Oh, yes. Switch to the other person. Where's my bell?
Rationalize a lot of it.
Just running slightly over time. That's fine. It's good, actually. Yeah. All right. Okay, everybody. Let's call this order. I know what I'll do. There we go. And, now you're listening. Very good. Okay. Some of our rooms have little bells in them. Instead, I've just got bottles of water. They hopefully don't break on me. Okay, that was it. Mark, you very, very lively room here, and I think everybody would have kept going. Although you can, we're going to have a coffee break soon, so you can keep the discussion going. But I want to hand it back to Mark to wrap up the session. Mark, all yours.
Thank you. Look, hopefully this gave you a little bit of a sense of not only the profile, which you can take with you, of course. We've written about it on, if you go to IRG Impact Study, you can find more information. The FOMI and the IRG are continuing the work on this, so that's exciting. And we wanted to just give you a little bit of a teaser. I wanted to actually close with 3 slides of just this is what it brings. And that's the timer for you guys to stop. So we were early, Andrew. Let me just flip forward. In summary, and Andrew, can you give me the thumbs up? That
Yep.
Yes, good. So I said it's a marketing opportunity. Why? Because, of course, and I've got a whole presentation and then some slides. There's too many people trying to tell CMOs that they're in trouble and that there's a crisis in marketing and that we don't have enough influence or that we need a seat at the table. Well, this is just last year's group starting in New York of the IRG program. We've been running this now 5 years together with FOMI, and quick data point is that 65% of participants, when they approach their leadership, their colleagues, the organization with this mindset, they feel that they have increased influence. They become much more impactful. This is the CMO of Mars in China, Jillian Wan. And as you can see, what she's presenting here is not the brand strategy. It's actually the Mars is a great place to work presentation. She is fully part of the leadership of the company. She's seen as an integral growth and business leader, not just the functional marketing leader. And that's when you really make impact. And if that all doesn't help, I want to show Antonio again, because I mentioned how he'd been sort of tempted to come back into the HP boardroom. Well, there's a McKinsey study that shows, and I don't think this is rocket science, that the more relationships you build by partnering in the way that I talked through in my presentation, the more bridges that you build in that C-suite, it doesn't just lead to more job satisfaction, it actually leads to a longer tenure. Because again, one of those other stats that keeps being mentioned is how the CMO has the shortest tenure of all the C-suite members. Well, if we're doing our own thing in our own little silo, that makes sense. But if we've got that in-depth relationships where we're playing servant leader, as the profile suggests, for our colleagues in the C-suite, then we become a valuable resource. Then we're not just power grabbing or land grabbing for marketing, we're actually helping our colleagues be successful. And that goes back to that point of, we are different, so let's flaunt it. Let's bring what we bring to the party with grace and in service, not just of marketing and the consumer, but all our stakeholders and therefore our colleagues. And with that, I'll leave you and show you a code that you can connect to all the findings with. And thank the team and thank you all for allowing me to join your meeting without actually being there in person. Andrew, all
Mark,
the best and my greetings.
Thank you very much, Mark.
And now Robot Mark the Swans. No, sorry. We are going to take a quick coffee break. I don't know about you, I could use one last one. 3:35. Everyone please back in your seats. We have one final panel. You're almost there.
All right.
See you soon. Let's do it with joy. How's everyone doing? Are we good? We're back? We're in the final stretch. Can I be heard? Hello, everyone. Is this working? All right. We're back. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Simon. All right. We have one last panel for you before we have some closing remarks. Did you get caffeinated? Did you have sugary snacks? Good. We're feeling all right. We're almost there. So I have your attention. Excellent. It's the right theme. We're going to bring back Felipe in just a second. What we're going to talk about, though, is the changing of metrics. I know it's hard to end the day talking about metrics, but it is Felipe, so he's going to make it riveting. And more than anything, it's to understand really, I was just saying to someone actually just before we left, that every time I leave this room, every time we come together, I leave here feeling a little bit smarter. And that's not a lot of my days. I don't know about you, but I get caught up in the grind of doing what's in my calendar and not making time to learn. And so that's why this really nourishes me, being here, and I'm glad you're all here today. So we're going to hear about this changing metric, this evolution that's going on within our industry, and that's attention. So please welcome back Dr. Felipe Tomas.
Thank you. All right. So a brief story real quick, and the reason for this. We've been discussing attention and the focus on attention in our industry inside of the FOMI rooms for a while now. A lot of that has come from our presence in Cannes Lions last year, and I swear every single room that I entered, somebody was saying, you know, everything you need to look at is attention. And this is the metric, this is kind of a new silver bullet. And every time I hear those words, a cold chill goes down my spine and I panic because we're now gonna simplify the complexity of human behavior into one KPI. And I just start questioning my sanity. You know, and here we go again, this is a new thing. And thankfully, Meta was interested in kind of studying all of that, and my colleague, Jason Bell, was already engaging in research on that. So we had a perfect opportunity to start answering some of those questions of, is this the new silver bullet? Is it truly attention, everything that you need? So I will share some of my some FOMI research from Jason Bell, and then have a bit of a discussion with Richard Lloyd. So Richard, can you just join me here? Richard is Director of Marketing Science at Meta, and we've had quite a few discussions at this point about attention, and I can't wait for you to hear his point of view and just the buildup of knowledge of answering clients' questions and measurement inside of Meta. But I want to share a little bit of research. And this is both exciting for me, but also very difficult. So this is not my research. So what I'm doing right now is research karaoke. Jason Bell, who's a great colleague of us, he's not presenting because he's literally in a different classroom in this building teaching at this moment. So that's why he couldn't be here. But the title is also not his, so if you know Jason, the title would have been very technical and correct, and mine is more hyperbolic. And the reason for that is there's a very famous paper in computer science. So for my DPI students that are in the room, the foundational paper that launched large language models is called Attention is All You Need, which is actually correct in that setting, in that sense, but I desperately wanted to use that and make a play with that and say that actually it is not everything that you need, because I think that's what Jason actually does show. So let me brag about my colleague and my friend and all the awesome work that he did alongside with Meta. So to give you a sense, what they engaged in was eye tracking testing. So this study is massive, using 8,200 people, participants across a number of treatments in order to identify how they behaved in different ed contexts. So what we have here, we're gonna be worried about these media environments is what we're gonna call. And what I want you to think about as a media environment is the combination of a channel and a specific ad product inside of that channel. So For example, here you have Instagram. Feed ads would be a specific media environment compared to Instagram stories or Instagram reels. The other channels you can see there that were used in the study, and a number of other variables that were used to kind of account for aspects of the user session or aspects for a specific ad exposure that somebody was given during testing. Here is a giant pile of data to get us started. What we have here is all of those 15 different media channels now sorted by attention from lowest to highest at the bottom. Okay? We're masking the media environment names because they're not important for our discussion here. We're not trying to name and shame. We're not trying to just kind of go into specifics. What we have here, and to be very precise, attention here is looking at seconds of dwell on the screen, so eyes literally on the screen. It might, and what we have then is pretty classic brand recall. So if you saw an ad, can you recall that ad that you saw? And you have precision, which is a fun metric that is, did you remember something you actually saw? Or are you remembering something that doesn't exist? Humans are awesome, interesting creatures that do all sorts of interesting things, especially with memory. This is an issue with encoding or retrieval of memory. So you might see something and misremember it completely, use the wrong brand, use the wrong message. Essentially, you remember, but it has relatively low value because it's not what you intended to remember. Let me make it slightly easier, and let's look at the bottom and the top quintile. So you have a pretty clear split of channels and media environments that have relatively low attention and channels that have relatively high attention. What do you guys notice with recall? What happens if you go from low to high? Upward movement, yeah. What happens with precision? Ooh. So now we have a bit of an interesting trade-off. So this is model-free evidence. This is just ordered data. But Jason's never one to leave it at that. So rather than show you the model, I'll show you some of the graphed results of the model. This is, again, on our x-axis, the sequenced of media environments. So if you remember, they're increasing in terms of memory, or attention rather than memory, sorry. And what we see is attention is increasing as a function of, or recall is increasing as a function of attention. So the more attention you actually get more recall. It works as intended. It works as it says on the tin. More attention is better. But what's the size of that effect? It's a very, very small amount of gain with increasing attention. You're actually not getting a whole lot more. It's a relatively flat relationship. And if you look at what is the effect of everything else about that media environment that you're doing that is unrelated to attention, that's that dashed line. It's actually much, much larger than the attention effect that you're getting. So everything else about the environment is actually helping people remember more than whether they're paying attention or not and how much time they're paying attention. And crazily, it's not necessarily correlation in the sense that the best sort of recall is coming at the peak of attention and dwell time. So a different aspect of construction is driving this entirely. And then we have the precision relationship. That you end up, yes, you're seeing the attention is getting better precision over time, but there's something about those environments that are designed to create more attention, or to capture more attention, rather, that lead to a greater rate of failure in precision, a stronger decrease in precision and memory. So people are remembering things that didn't exist. To me, that's why I started calling attention is not everything you need. This is no longer, in my eyes, looking at Jason's results, this is not a silver bullet that says, oh, so if I measure this small effect, this is the totality of measurement that I need. And to me, it points at a very significant trade-off that if you are actually then requiring somebody, or you're hoping to get an immense amount of attention in terms of dwell time and measurement, like exposure time in somebody, you might actually be buying a significant amount of memory failure along with it. One argument that I would make, and then I'll momentarily shut up and sit down, is that given the flatness of that curve in that effect, you're probably getting the bulk of attention's effect early on without actually requiring a long sort of dwell time. So a little bit of attention is doing probably the bulk of the attention work. And you don't need to keep somebody connected and tied for a very long time because you're actually paying a cost for that. So that is Jason's work. If you have any questions, please just ask Jason. No, I'm sure I can answer several of those things. I've read the paper, or the beginnings of the paper, which is a beautiful paper done alongside with folks at Meta as well. But what I want to do is turn to the implications. All right, so when I started, I said that I was worried because industry was kind of pushing this notion. So how did we get here? and did you see the same thing? Is that a true fear, or am I imagining that suddenly everybody wants to know about attention?
Well, I think this is something that's been building, in my experience, since about 2020. Mm-hmm. It's maybe 4 or 5 years that the interest in attention has been building up, and specifically the interest in attention as a measurement of advertising quality and a measurement of advertising effectiveness sort of by proxy. And if I think back to when I started hearing about attention, it was almost as a substitute for viewability. It was kind of a recognition that the way that the industry was using viewability to evaluate media quality wasn't doing the job it needed to do. And that's in two directions. I think, first of all, what we saw was environments that were, in theory, very high in viewability. So the ads were in view, they were ticking all the boxes, but nobody was actually looking at them, so they weren't having an impact. On the flip side, and this is really where I think our platform, our surfaces, is sort of particularly interested in this concept, we saw environments where there were perceived low levels of viewability based on industry standards, but the ads were being seen and they were having a very significant impact, but that impact was being realized over very short durations. Mm-hmm. And the idea of attention is really overcoming that sort of fundamental, almost paradox associated with viewability. How do you really understand the mechanisms by which advertising is having an impact on consumers? And of course, as you mentioned, what we're looking for as an industry is like a sort of silver bullet answer. Mm-hmm. We want a piece of ad technology that's going to allow us to instrument the attention generated for every single ad impression that we buy. And unfortunately, I think it's not quite that simple.
Yeah, I mean, we live in a world that's like, this is the book, right? There's an attention economy. I think we've heard, even not to call Perry out, but Perry said, well, we create attention and we sell attention. And it's very easy to fall into that. It's a very reasonable argument to make. I think it says, oh, I need attention in order to get any play whatsoever. Yeah. But it also seems that we're using this for media planning and we're kind of stretching this measurement to do exceptional things in the business. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think you said this earlier on, the fallacy in my opinion is that more attention for an individual impression is better. So if you think about an individual consumer looking at an individual piece of creative, the longer they look at it, the better. I think that's where things start to fall down. And where this gets really complex is attention is not a sort of a homogeneous concept that applies across the entire marketing and advertising ecosystem in the same way. It's very much dependent on how consumers are interacting with mm-hmm. a device or interacting with content or media. It's to do with the situation that those consumers find themselves in. It's to do with the demographics of the individual themselves. So we know, for example, that older consumers tend to interact more slowly with content than younger consumers.
I feel that.
If you're if you're looking for more attention in terms of duration, you might inadvertently end up skewing your media planning towards older audiences, which is not necessarily what you want. It may be what you want, but it may not be. And the fact that you've got all of those compounding, complicating factors all driving how you measure attention, how you consider what attention actually represents, makes this a dramatically more complex problem to solve than I would argue any of the previous sort of attempts that we've made to solve similar problems. So if you compare it to viewability, like viewability is kind of easy because it really just pertains to the device. You know, is the ad in the window being shown to the consumer?
Yeah.
On the flip side, absolutely. When you think about attention, it's all about the person themselves. It's about the interaction between the person and the device. And in technical terms, it's about the way that you respond to stimulus in terms of your cognition. And that is incredibly complex.
Right. And I personally actually really love the idea that this is an interplay between the environment's design, which is under your control as the platform. You can make choices on how you provide information or how you structure, where you put buttons, how you serve information, but then also how consumers themselves come to that platform, the context they come in to use it, and it's the interplay between construction and usage that give rise to different degrees of attention, propensity for attention, and things like that.
And the creative itself. I think, again, the creative component is the key build when you think about attention versus viewability, because how you construct your creative can have a huge impact on what we call its sort of thumb stoppability almost, its attractivity, as some people call it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But you brought in just now and in your previous answer, you talked about measurement and operationalization, right? So when you start thinking about, okay, I have this giant, huge, complex set of interactions, the relationship between the user and the device and the platform and usage occasion. And we have to capture that somehow. So in the study that I share was actually seconds of dwell time. Where does it start to go wrong when we start simplifying? How do you think about measurement in this domain? Is there any better ways of doing it?
Well, I think the big open question is whether we think about attention as individual impression level measurement, a la viewability, for example, or we think about attention as a research type initiative, effectively a kind of a lab study. And what we're seeing at the moment is attention vendors trying to bridge the gap between those two disciplines. So on the one hand, you've got companies like IAS and Moat and Double Verify playing in the verification space, trying to validate every individual impression that gets served, so hundreds of millions of data points. On the flip side, you've got businesses who are running relatively small scale eye tracking studies in lab environments, maybe in some cases only instrumenting hundreds or low thousands of consumers. And in theory, you can bridge the gap between those two with AI or machine learning. The challenge is, again, based on what I was saying earlier on, if you think about the fact that you respond differently and you interact differently based on your circumstances as a consumer, and individual consumers respond differently based on their demographics, how do you ensure that your training data set, which is coming from your eye tracking studies, is genuinely representative of all of the scenarios that you'd realistically encounter when delivering ads to consumers in the world? And I think we're a way away from being able to bridge those two effectively at the moment. It's not to say we won't get there, but I think that what we have today as an industry is probably not yet what I describe as kind of ready for prime time. It's not it's not like a silver bullet metric that is going to give you the magical panacea when it comes to media planning and media optimization.
Right. And sorry, it just made me recall that I worked on a paper in computer science that actually was eye tracking on mobile phones, because it's nearly impossible with the camera on a swivel, essentially, right, to find eyes and so on.
Yeah.
So you have, across those different modalities, you have different technical difficulties in terms of deploying measurement in the first place as well. So not just try to make this a giant dunk on attention, but what's the good usage then that you see inside of your organization, and how do you start thinking of, are there good ways for us to leverage in design of our platforms, different ad products? How does it start influencing your work?
Yeah, well, look, I certainly don't want to give the impression that I'm anti-attention as a concept. I think, it's, Perry said this earlier on, attention ultimately drives effectiveness. And I think knowing that people are seeing ads, knowing that people are being positively influenced by ads, that's what we're all striving for at the end of the day. What we are trying to figure out at the moment in Meta is what signals can we instrument on an individual impression basis for individual consumers that ultimately give us the best possible proxy to understand the extent to which that influence is being exerted. Now, we can't do eye tracking on every individual consumer that uses our platform for technical reasons, as you just described, but frankly, for ethical reasons more than anything else. So the question becomes, well, what do we have access to in terms of individual metrics that would give us a meaningful proxy for attention? How would we be able to calibrate those using an eye tracking type data set, potentially in partnership with some of the attention vendors that are currently emerging in the space. And it's, I think we are very keenly focused on trying to figure out how to create value for our customers from attention, but we're not at the point of just kind of jumping in and embracing the idea as a, just a sort of a, superficial solve for the problem. Yeah. So, in terms of what you can do with it right now, I would suggest, be interested in the concept of attention measurement, understand how different vendors in the landscape are approaching the process of measuring attention, but be really critical about the way that they are bridging that gap between the research that they do and the individual exposure of millions of consumers, hundreds of millions of consumers to advertising in the wild. And be confident that the methodology passes the smell test, is what I would say. And if you're not confident, think about how you can extract value from the data that you do have access to, but figure out where you would overlay additional signals on top. So one of the things that we always say in Meta is the outcome at the end of the day is what matters. Driving sales effectiveness always needs to be your North Star. So wherever you have an opportunity to evaluate the utility of an attention metric in the context of that outcome effectiveness, that always has to be your starting point. And that could be through an econometric type process, so MMM. It could be through running structured experimentation. There are a whole load of different techniques that you can use, but you've got to be critical about the metric, and you've got to make sure that the metric is working for you in driving ultimate business results.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So just, I guess, fair warning, I'll come back to you for questions as usual. So if you have questions, try to catch my attention so I can kind of call on you or get a microphone to you. It would be great to get your views on how you're using it, issues that you've run into, operationalization. I think I've heard a lot, and I've had several conversations with folks in the audience already about what works, what doesn't, or concerns about how we deploy it. And I do have a few questions that are starting to come through on Menti, so if some of you are already a little shy of microphone. But one of the questions, one of the last ones that we came in recently here is interaction of other components into attention. You've touched on this briefly, but what else goes in other considerations such as creative, the message, any required or actions that are kind of brought in? What do you think about the interplay of these things that are not necessarily the media channel, but all the other things that are under our control that we might be able to leverage?
Yeah, so creative definitely matters. But I would say that familiarity matters potentially even more than creative. Maybe that's a controversial statement. Campaign or the message itself, and you can think about it in terms of familiarity with the brand or the business. And there are some pretty well documented psychophysical and psychographical effects or psychological effects where the more familiar you become with something, the less time you need in order to respond in a particular way to the stimulus.
Right.
And that's quite challenging because one of the things that we tend to see in terms of our conversations with clients is businesses that have the best established brands are often the ones that care most about the duration of attention that they're achieving. And actually, they're the ones that probably should care the least about the duration of the attention because they don't need so much of it. On the flip side, if you're a small business trying to launch a new product to market, or potentially you're an established business trying to launch an entirely new brand or new position, then you need more duration. But getting that balance right, I think, is key. And it's not a relationship that I think we understand particularly well at the moment.
Yeah. So how would I go about trying to optimize that to my benefit if I come into you or any sort of advertiser and I'm given my context as a company and I'm not certain of where I fit in that curve, and we might not know exactly how things, what the shape of that relationship is. How do I go about this test and learn or experimental design in order to find my ideal kind of duration or attention amount that would benefit me given my context?
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it. You know, it does ultimately start with an experimentation-led approach. You know, think about how you could construct your campaign, construct your marketing strategy in a way that would allow you to execute experiments along the way. And that could be experiments at a platform level, that could be experiments based on control and test groups of consumers, that could be experiments based on, for example, geographical splits. There's a whole multitude of different ways that you can approach it. But think about how you can take the resulting duration signals that you have access to from those different platforms, overlay them on top of things like brand favorability metrics, recall metrics, and then start to build models from there that ladder up to a better prediction of longer-term effectiveness.
Yeah. I have an interesting, but I'll caution as potentially challenging question coming on Menti as well.
It's not about AI, is it?
Well, I think AI helps us there is not precisely on that, but it's more on channel design.
Okay.
And around ethics that you have, and this is, it's not something I'd point at Meta directly, but saying there's a strong incentive in channel design to create essentially attention capturing, thumb stomping, I think you also said in a certain degree, but environments that are actually maximizing the amount of attention that they capture and lock people in. And the question was around, you know, when you're researching this or you're kind of constructing this, are there ethics considerations that we should worry about in terms of just this attention funnel and attention grabber, especially in light of what we've discussed, that maybe there is differential value to attention. It is not a more is always better.
I wouldn't say that there's an ethical angle per se. I mean, you know, if anybody in the audience has a different perspective on this, then feel free to say so. But I think there are user experience considerations. There are ultimate utility considerations. I mean, when I think about Meta's own position on this, our belief is very much that consumers shouldn't be forced into particular experiences. So if you think about the different Meta platforms that we have, that most of you probably use, almost all of those platforms give you complete control over what content you're experiencing at a given moment in time. So if you're flipping through reels, it's not like we're forcing you to watch 5 seconds or 10 seconds of a reel before you can get to the content that you're interested in. Now, the flip side, of course, if you're on YouTube, then some of the ads that you see won't be skippable. So it's essentially forcing you to sit through that content before you get to the stuff that you came for. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Ultimately, that's down to the platforms and the consumers to decide. I don't think it's an ethical consideration. I think it's a utility trade-off consideration.
Yeah. And I know, like, when I had side conversations with Jason about this research, he often came back to that skip button as part of the overall environmental design, and that comes across various channels, so it's not just a Meta one, but Google has different skip or don't skip, or the allowability for skip or no skip. And what they observed is, yes, you end up with a lot of attention, a lot of dwell time, but a lot of attention on that button.
Yeah.
Right, so you definitely have fixation on the screen, but the fixation is specifically on, I'm just waiting, is this going to be available? Can I just get out of this ad? Yeah. And I think that's a strong caution of, I can see and I imagine as a marketer, like we know all of our work is brilliant. And we know that our ad drives passion in all of our customers, and they're clearly paying attention to it. But in reality, they're there staring at the skip button, just going, this hasn't been 4 seconds yet. Yeah, gone, right?
Yeah, totally. I mean, hopefully none of you are experiencing this right now, but if you're forced to endure something that you don't particularly enjoy, then you start to zone out. Your mind wanders. And before you know it, your eye's been looking at something for the last 5 seconds or 10 seconds. But if you were to say to that person, what have you just been watching? They'd go, I've got no idea. I was thinking about something else.
Yeah. Little tangent question is I'm keeping an eye on the audience, and I have yet to see somebody going like, ooh, all right, I'll come to you guys in just a second here and there as well. So I think there was a concept on experimentation that was brought in earlier in the day. We talked about the 70-20-10 in terms of that learning and sort of thing. And it's just an interesting question if that replicates inside of your marketing science department. When you guys think about your products and design, are you 10% into anything goes, or?
So my team works with our clients, with advertisers and agencies, to better quantify the effectiveness of their advertising. We don't tend to work on that kind of principle in the work that we do. On the product side, we may well do something like that, where some of what we do is sort of genuinely just a shot in the dark to see if it works or not.
Right.
But we try and figure out a way to instrument everything if we can. And ultimately to best quantify the effectiveness through whatever means is most relevant. Again, whether that's running an experiment, whether it's MMM, whether it's some other kind of technique. So I do genuinely believe, and I think, was it Randall from Mars, said, instrument everything. I think that's a good, it's a good law to live by.
Thank you. It's always fun to sleep in, an opportunity to look behind the curtain and how things are done. Appreciate that. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. I don't know if this is a fair question, but can we compare marketing with dating? And if people use generative AI or marketing tools to get a new date, can we compare that? And, what eventually happens, if you sell yourself and eventually the person doesn't turn out to be what you wanted, and if you again compare to marketing, you're trying to buy this wonderful pizza, and once you receive it, it's not what you were sold.
What's the question?
So the question, yeah. So if that's the case, then if we are all going to this meta universe where we're just buying things that might just not be real, is that fair?
So,
I'm not sure what to answer.
So yes, I think there's marketing is a lot like dating, and sometimes dating has a lot of marketing components in it. Sometimes the employment market is very similar. You position yourself as a product, you put yourself out there, and you hope there's an available market, and that's looking for that product and that positioning. And you want to make sure that it's something that you can deliver and not be creating dissatisfaction. But yes, in a certain way, there's a risk where if you are positioning and creating things that don't exist and selling falsehoods, you're not going to be able to sustain that very long. So there's no amount of storytelling that's going to hide that level of a lie. Yeah. Stuart, go ahead.
Yes, sorry. I share some of the skepticism that I've heard in the presentation about attention deserving the amount of industry time that it gets. And obviously it's a conversation that's driven a lot by vested interests. You mentioned the vested interests of people trying to turn attention into a trading currency or trying to monetize that and install that inside the buy-sell relationship. Obviously, Meta also has a bit of a vested interest in trying to frame a conversation about small chunks of attention time being valuable. I just wonder where you think this conversation will end up from an industry point of view. Do you think we'll come back here in 2 years' time and attention will still be a kind of live central question inside the industry, or is this a moment in time as people explore it, but that ultimately it won't really change the industry in a permanent, enduring way?
I think my own personal perspective on that is that it will evolve to become part of the fabric that we work within. I mean, I agree with you, Stu. I think that Meta's platforms have a role to play. I think the formats that we offer within our platforms are really good at specific things, but they need to be part of a media mix. If I put my old WPP hat on, I spent a decade on the agency side. Would I put all my eggs into one basket as a media planner? Absolutely not. I think you need different platforms, different channels, different environments playing different roles, and having a healthy diversity in your media strategy is absolutely key.
Yeah. We'll come to Roy's question here in a second. I think what I'd expect a bit of evolution as well. I'm hoping that snake oil salesmen would disappear from that. Like, we're not going to sell this panacea that is attention, but we'll use it appropriately. I think you can imagine connecting it to in the same way that you have engagement and experiential marketing. So it's like how involved somebody is, and we might have better measurements of involvement in that sense, and how dedicated somebody is to what is happening in that moment, especially if, as we've discussed, we're going to have the potential for an explosion in content because of Gen AI. So if you have an explosion of content, I think there's a commensurate interest in measuring that content is connecting in some way. This will be maybe part of that recipe. And potentially, interestingly, if we start connecting not just robotics, but more aspects of measured self, more biometric information about individuals and better measurements that is not just eye tracking, but other ways to connect kind of reactionary biometrics to content, gets a little bit brotherish. Like if I can take data from your health app on your Apple Watch and say, actually, you had a visceral reaction to content, I now have attention measurement and engagement and reactionary. Could be a future that exists if people are willing to part with that information. But evolution rather than just like this solves all of your problems. That'd be my view. Shoot.
Thank you. So just to answer the question and ask a question, the two things as a marketeer that keep me awake at night is first, now, based on how, again, we go back to media and media consumption, I think we add one level of complexity, which is the generational change. We know, like, our generation probably consumes media distinctively different than Gen A, Gen Z, who are on Discord. And then this adds one layer of complexity to the problem we're saying on the representation of the sample across, emerging channels. But I think the answer to that has been clear. The second part that I'm interested to hear your thoughts from a meta point of view, which is in that tech super cycle we're in now and the intersection between AI and connectables. To the previous question, I think in 2 years' time, we will still be talking about attention, but maybe the definition will change. Because with all what we're seeing on the spatial computing, I'm not sure how much insights and data points we're capturing that might redefine attention. So with your spatial computing platform, what data are you able to generate, and how do you predict the change in how do you define attention and how we look at it?
That's a very difficult question for me to answer right now. I mean, I work with Meta's platforms as they are today to help advertisers get the most out of them. How the platform evolves over time, when you talk about spatial computing, I don't know whether you're talking about some of the AR type, so Ray-Ban stories and the like. I mean, I would imagine, again, this is just me predicting, that anything that entails monitoring of what individual consumers are looking at, whether that's on a screen or in the wider world, and leveraging that for advertising monetization, that feels complicated. again, I'm not qualified to make a decision about whether or not that's something that Meta would entertain. But I think, to the question earlier on about ethics and the ethical implications of attention, that's the kind of thing where I think ethics becomes front and center in the conversation. And at the very least, you then start have to consider, to what degree is the consumer consenting to this? Are they providing genuinely informed consent to the data collection, the data processing associated with that? Yeah. But yeah, I think we're a little away from that. But absolutely, I think it's something that would be very, very carefully considered before anything like that was ever executed.
And just to finish on a positive, forward-looking note, what, in your view and experience, what's the best way forward for us to use attention? How can we exploit it best and build something towards this future of kind of possibilities and better measurement? So how should we handle it?
Yeah, look, I mean, I said this earlier on. I think be inquisitive about the concept. Engage with the vendors that are offering attention measurement at the moment, but look at those metrics critically in the context of other measurement capabilities that you have, and ultimately make sure that if you're investing in attention measurement, you're incorporating attention measurement into your planning and optimization approaches, ensure that it's aligned to driving ultimate business success for your brands.
Perfect. Richard, thank you so much for coming, joining us on this panel, and sharing your thoughts with us. Much appreciated.
All right, we are just about done. We're going to have just a quick chat to close us out. You don't even get to leave. You need to.
Sit down.
All right, fair enough.
You want this one?
All right, you can get the throne.
I get the red one?
Just some, yes, you get the big red chair, as they say.
Relax. There we go.
Well, I've actually found that really riveting. And I don't
was it just the beard?
It always is. First of all, an algorithm got me married, so bless it. If digital marketing works, that's great. I'm grateful to technology. I wanted just briefly before we move on, Felipe, I think we all believe in small case attention, and we don't necessarily all believe in uppercase A attention.
Yep.
Right? We believe paying attention is important, and some metric will come up. I worry about, I know we need to move on to other things, but I worry about that some of the measurement that Richard pointed out have gaps, which I thought was really important.
Yeah.
All of those services that are telling people, let's measure attention, are the exact same ones that tell brands not to advertise in the news. 2 of the 3 that he named are ones that actively discourage major brands from advertising in the actual content that communities need, because they don't want to take the risk of being in the news. Mm-hmm. So when you look at an attention set, you get a report that just happens to leave out the most important cultural digital media that's out there, which is telling people what's going on in the world. So I think that discussion is so important, the work you, and of course, Jason, wherever you are, is doing. I'll follow up with him, of course, but thank you for that. I thought that was really great.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's, I think it's important work by Jason. I think it goes right in line with the mission here, which is actually to speak truth to current trends. So say like, oh, this is a direction of travel, then I think it's Oxford's place to try to step in and said, is there any real value to this thing that we're selling? Is this really appropriate? How much is it doing, right? I know the news environment is a passion of yours, and it's a very important human service, right? Like we're all better off for it. And there is older research with attention on that environment that would prove those companies wrong, because a correlate in news environments is actually high trustworthiness and believability of the content. So the spillover effect of the ad being co-located with news is actually not just attention, but actually you end up with a better positive outcome for that ad from that co-location. So they're ignoring actual good research that says this is a good place to be.
Well, I've done my job. Thank you very much. You know, I think, but that is exactly why we like coming together. And someone was asking me earlier, now that we've all done this for several years and FOMI continues to grow, I was saying that one of the things that is most important here is there's nobody here to pitch each other. We're here to truly dig into the facts and the science. And I think you two gentlemen did a phenomenal job today sort of leading us through that, of understanding the research, of giving us a taste. Obviously, this is meant for all of us really as a menu sampler, right? We got to see the tip of the iceberg of the work that's going on here at the school. So, Andrew, let me come to you first as we're closing out. What rose above the line of the water today? What do you want everyone to know before they go?
Well, there was a lot, and actually really packed agenda with lots of different things. But obviously, we started the day by talking about there's sort of these three key pillars to what we're focusing our efforts on, around sort of measurement and credibility of marketing, around technology or new technologies in particular, and then around sort of purposeful marketing. And so I think actually, you know, my view anyway is all of the different conversations that we had and the pieces of research that, as you say, were sort of tasters of much deeper scientific studies, all really hit on multiple themes. And so if I kind of sort of extrapolate a bit from that, to me, what that tells us is all of the important issues facing our profession, our industry, are complex, which we always say, but are multiple elements combined. Whether we take DEI and AI, or we take attention, which is about measurement, but it's also about the ethics of that, so therefore purposeful elements. And whatever it might be, there's a combination of dimensions here that have to really be thought about in a more holistic way for us to really get a true sense of how to move forward. So I think that's the one big sort of observation for me that I think we saw come to life today. The other thing I'd say, which again, of course I would say this because I'm a professor in a university, but the value and importance of critical thinking and evidence-based points of view is really, 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 really vital. I know I'm preaching to the choir because you spent the day here, which means you're not spending the day doing other things, so you see value in this. But I think it's really important in our industry, but this is probably true in other industries as well. But there's a lot of opinions out there that are just opinions. They're not necessarily wrong opinions, but they're not necessarily backed by much other than that's what somebody thinks. And I think it's on all of us, sort of on behalf of the wider marketing community, to always ask those questions. Yeah, but have you got the good enough evidence to back up that claim? Or how could we get better evidence? Or have you thought about it this way? So that critical thinking combined with sort of an empirical approach to marketing strategy and tactical approaches, I think is really, really key. And we saw that in every discussion today as well.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite points is that of interdependencies, right? Because you have, obviously AI would have cropped up in every single conversation. It's almost a legal requirement that we've thankfully met. So we've satisfied that. It's in your contract, actually. It's in my contract, yeah. So good, covered. But it's just like you can't handle these things independently and in silos. You can, but you're going to leave money on the table and you might make mistakes along the way. And I think that's managing that complex set of interactive topics, which is your brand is actually reliant on your diversity strategy, and it's reliant on your technical capability and your strategic and marketing capabilities to deploy in market to activate and extract value. So you can't just leave one thing on or off. You have to have your mind around all of that, which is supported, as you said, by that proper level of thinking and not just opinions. And in part, I know this came up in one of my discussions, but I feel very strongly about it, is this tendency of marketers to just leave everything behind and go on to the next thing. That sort of mentality of dropping what is known to go to the next shiny toy is inconsistent with this complexity. Because if you're managing brand and then somebody asks you, oh, what do we do about our diversity and inclusion? And you just drop everything you know previously and you start over, you're never going to get your head around the totality of your job. So it's maintaining your confidence in what you know and your confidence in that existing technology and existing knowledge, and then continuously building over it. That enables you to manage complexity and not just learn you're learning and adding to it. You're not just discarding everything and learning one thing again and starting from scratch.
This whole day has made me think of Moore's Law, right? And this sense of the constant, right, multiplying of the amount of memory and technology and how things accelerate. And I was thinking back to, and I realize he might not be an Oxford-worthy quotation, but to the Harari book Sapiens, right? When he talks about the amount of time it took for something to go from being an amoeba to being a T-Rex. And now we have this very short time that something is going to go from being the creation of AI to being a T-Rex really soon. And it makes getting together like this all the more important, and making sure, to what both of you said, that we are applying science to what we're doing, so that we are truly smarter about this, right? And creating the new opportunities and bringing new young talent into the marketing industry, right? Because I think one of the great things that happens here is we're bringing together MBA students and young talent in with the folks who are established within the industry together, so we can continue to sort of show how exciting and thrilling this industry is as well. And then the last thing that really stuck with me for all of the science that we discussed is something that Perry said, which is that ideas matter more than ever. The creative has to stand out because we are truly mind-boggled as people. We're constantly refreshing the feed. We're constantly getting opinions that we're not sure if we're even allowed to agree with or not. We're constantly getting news from more conflicting and more complex situations and wars in our life, and all of those things are boggling our minds, and the creative idea will win. And that doesn't take machines, right? But it does take the machine to deliver that. And so I think this connection between the science of what's being studied and the importance of creativity is the crux of what's happening in our industry right now.
Yeah. Yeah. The statement was made a couple times that a beautiful aspect of advertising and the brands behind them is that it creates culture, right? We react to the things we're exposed to. We normalize the things that are an environment. We create new terms. We create new forms of speech. We shape kind of what's normal and what isn't. We guide human choice. Like we're saying, oh, we just sell products. Underneath that is you're guiding human choice in a very narrow sense that you want to sell your product rather than your competitors. But you're driving behavior, and that's stupidly powerful. And I think we need to handle our gift cautiously, right? It's a science behind it, which is, by the way, it's our profession, but it's not our monopoly. Everybody else in this room, it's full of our partners that help us in that science. Science happens inside of those companies, and they test and behave in that way. So it's not like you need to climb up a mountain to talk to us and ask what science has said. It's something that lives and breathes in kind of our environment. But I think it's highly risky for us to believe us unimportant in culture, in the world, from our impact on news, as you said, as our impact on politics, our impact on livelihoods, and the viability of companies that employ literally everyone. There's a lot in our ecosystem that gives rise to human conditions. And I think it would be irresponsible for us to pretend that, oh, we're just making, fun stories. It actually has much deeper consequences.
Last thoughts?
Well, I want to say some thanks to people to sort of round out the day. And so I'll start. I mean, I've got a list of names because I don't want to forget people. But I'll actually start with all of you who've spent time today being here. As I said before, there are other things that you could be doing, but you chose to be here and contribute and to network and to listen to ideas, and that's really, really great. And you're our community that we deeply care about. And it's great to see some people here who were here in this room for the very, very first ever FOMI event back in November 2016, as well as some new people for whom it's the first time you've really engaged with us at one of our major events. So for everybody, I want to say thank you. Also, particularly to those who haven't just hopped on a train from London or popped down the street if you're lucky enough to live in Oxford, but have come from India or various parts of the US like New York and Chicago or Belgium or France or Germany. Like there's people who have made the effort to to come here, and we really, really do appreciate that at an individual level, as well as, you know, you're here either because you're a student or an alumnus, or you're part of one of our partner companies, and so we appreciate and value you being part of this community. Now, in terms of specific people, so an event like today takes a lot of effort. I'd love to say that Felipe and I did it all ourselves, but we're fortunate enough to have a fantastic team within FOMI and the wider Sci Business School who can pull off, you know, great events such as this. And so I want to say thanks, first of all, to the FOMI staff team of Rolla, Chris, and Tabby, who we deserve a round of applause for all the very hard work. They're up there in the back. And then also from our production team, Simon and Sue, and then Tom and the rest of the AV team, who have made a really, really seamless production experience today. So thank you to all of them up in the room there in the back. Also to all of our speakers and panelists. It's, you know, whilst it might for some feel easy to sit on a sofa and just kind of gesticulate on your views of the world, it's never an easy thing to do, and particularly when you've got a company and job title behind you and you're always thinking, oh gosh, I better not say something that's going to get me in trouble. So no matter how senior you are, so we really appreciate you making the effort to do that, and really, well, I was going to say last but not least, but second last but not least, to my two colleagues here, Seth and Felipe, for all of your contributions today. And then I think last but not least is Spot the Dog. I think we need to thank, well, Perry really, for showing us some robotics, which you weren't expecting when you got up this morning, I suspect, and came to Oxford. So there's always a surprise. So I want to, again, thank everybody for your contributions today, and for all the people who made it a really special day and pulled it together into a seamless experience. Thank you very, very deeply. It's really, really appreciated. So thanks, everybody, and have a lovely afternoon. Oh, the partners, yes. And, of course, our wonderful partners. Thank you.
Thank you all.